Hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up, Antoine? Oh boy, sitting here playing Madden. Just got off of AV Media's live not too long ago. Looking at Andrew Tate get arrested. Big news. Big news. Damn shame though. The damnest of shames. What's up? Before I begin, does anybody want to get off? See who's coming up, who's coming aboard. Did you hear this shit? Did you hear this shit? They got your boy hemmed up in jail for what? Human trafficking, allegedly. Because, you know, like I knew, like you knew, that I knew that there's so many things that people go by. Excuse me. They want to accuse you of something before they actually want to convict you before any accusations are brought about. I mean, word. How many brothers out there have been in situations like this? But you never know. You never know what can happen. You never know what's going to happen. Especially when you talk about this red pill manosphere shit, people are going to try to knock you off your square. They are going to attempt to do that. Don't be surprised either. And don't be surprised either. Do not be surprised at this bullshit either. There's going to be people who are coming all around, and all of a sudden now, as soon as you get prominent talking about this, you'll find out if you're really about this shit. I'm just going to tell you. You'll find out very quickly if you're really about this. But that's the fact that we talking about. Talking about the red pill blues, baby. Red pill blues. You're gonna have a lot of people, especially they're gonna try to shut people down who can actually talk about the subject matter. and they can captivate an audience. Trust me, we're going to get into that in a second. Like, share, subscribe. I'm gonna really go in depth a little bit about this. Read whatever reports we find, and have a merry old time. Excuse me, give me 1 second, folks. Yes. What's up, everybody?
Ask me to go with you. You know I will. Hold me near. Hold me tight. Only you can make it real. Only you make it alright. Just let me know that I am special to you. My angel.
Boop, boom, boom. Yes, yes, yes. We are back, folks. Ah, yes. We're going to read this article. Uh, Andrew Tate arresting for quotation marks abducting two girls amidst human trafficking investigation. Controversial kickboxer Tate and his younger brother Tristan were handcuffed and led by Romanian police during a raid of their luxury villa on Thursday. Controversial ex kickboxer and social media influencer Andrew Tate has been arrested for allegedly abducting two girls in Romania. Hmm. A handcuffed Tate, 36 years old, who rose to fame this year for his so called sexist and misogynistic views, was being filmed led from his luxury villa by police following a raid on Thursday. Younger brother Tristan, 34, was also arrested with two further suspects, all being held for 24 hours in Budapest. The Brit, who was born in Washington, D.C. but raised in Luton, is under investigation by the Directorate for Investigating Organized Crime and Terrorism, or the DICOT, and reports in Romania claims he and his brother are being questioned on suspicion of forming an organized crime group which use girls in adult videos. Hmm. The siblings were questioned in April when police reportedly found two girls who claimed they were being held against their will. The brothers were released while the investigation continued, but were detained again Thursday in connection with an investigation into human trafficking, rape, and formed organized crime group. Sorry. Mm, Romanian prosecutors said the Tate brothers, along with two unnamed men, appeared to have created an organized crime group with the purpose of recruiting, housing, and exploiting women by forcing them to create pornographic content. They would have gained an important sum of money. Hmm. A spokesman for Tate told the Daily Mirror, "We cannot provide any details at the moment regarding the alleged reports that they have been detained. However, Andrew and Tristan Tate have the utmost respect for the Romanian authorities and will assist and help in any way they can." Tate was the most searched man on the internet earlier this year before being banned from social media sites including Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter, as well as YouTube. His Twitter account was restored when Elon Musk completed his takeover of the tech giant, and Tate resumed posting immediately. Oh, this is definitely, you're right about that, D. Scott. This is definitely character assassination. He was this week involved in a spat with a climate activist, Greta Thunberg, with Tate boasting of his superior collection and asking for Thunberg's email address to send a complete list of my car collection and their respective enormous emissions. Thunberg hit back in a tweet, which now among the most liked in history. Yes, please enlighten me. Email me at smalldickenergy@getalife.com. See, it's funny how women want to insult people with small dicks, but they don't like it when you talk about their nasty, dirty pussies either. And a lot of these women nowadays don't take good care of their hygiene, so it's a lot of rampant pussies that smell like, low tide. Oh, you got a small dick. Uh, no matter how small a dick is, you can't unsuck it. Anyway, Tate is a former kickboxing world champion and has been linked with boxing fights with YouTube brothers Jake Paul and Logan Paul, as well as with fellow social media stars KS1. He also briefly appeared on Celebrity Big Brother before being kicked off after footage emerged of him allegedly beating a woman. The woman later insisted her relationship with Tate was consensual. you know, this is this is interesting. I'll tell you, very very interesting. Well, he's been detained. I don't know if he's fully arrested, but he's definitely been detained. So there's that. There is definitely that. I got my personal opinion on a lot of stuff. I think that number one, a lot of a lot of people in the red pill communities are targeted. Excuse me. I think that a lot of red pill content creators are very targeted. You can't tell me that this is not true when we seen other content creators of red pill knowledge criticized on a constant basis. It's just incredible to me. And you investigated earlier, but then you let them go. Somebody needs to somebody needs to inform me what's going on. Are we are we gonna do actual investigations? Or are we gonna do character assassinations? Because number one, you got to remember this believe all women. This believe all women crap is very, very pervasive. Very pervasive. I'm looking at other articles to see if they say anything else that are relatively even remotely different. It's kind of funny that if they really want to look at shit, They got Tate off saying that they got Tate banned from social media saying that misogyny is hateful ideology that is not tolerated. But how many women can go on social media and say men suck constantly? Constantly. How many women can get on social media and talk about how much men suck? And might add you, not a blind eye will be turned or lifted. I mean, we're only like what, less than a week removed from Tory Lanez being convicted. Like, share, subscribe, hit that cash app, hit that super chat. Protect yourself at all times. I want to talk about this because there are women who literally admit to crimes and prosecutions will sit on their fucking hands. Ladies and gentlemen, this is disgusting. This is disgusting. Trey said academics is reporting that new updates are saying the allegations are for money laundering and not trafficking. I wish they make up their minds because it's getting very interesting. I want to tell you about the true misogynistic war. They want to make up shit as they go. There's nothing in their minds that says, you know what, this man may have a point. Nah, they're not going to do that. They're not even going to say, hey, is this really misogyny? Because I wonder, and I truly wonder when I hear this and say it, okay? There are some issues that get online, especially with me in my heart of hearts. How can you tell me that you don't have an issue with him? You have an issue with him speaking his mind about so-called misogynistic terms, but we have multiple chicks on YouTube, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, who degrades black men, who talk shit about black men, or men, period. They will even say abort male black babies, and not one blessed goddamn thing is said. I think that's hilarious. Think about it, right? I want you to think about it. There are so many women out there who go out and prostitute themselves, do all kinds of nasty shit, and for some godforsaken reason, she will not be held for the prostitution. No, 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 no. she will not be held responsible for the prostitution. You know what's going to happen? She's going to be the one to talk about, oh, she was taken advantage of. You feel me? She was taken advantage of. Now, I keep saying this. You look at the Tory Lanez case, you look at this current fiasco going on now. Why the hell, how the hell and where the hell do women think men are going to want to stay around them? I, I just, I just wants to know. I just wants to know. Oh, they were setting up a bullshit stage with that arrest. Because, one, where are these women being kept? I would like to know. Is that fair? I mean, that would be fair, right? The least we could do is say, hey, where are these ladies being held? That is against their will. Nobody wants to talk about this shit. Nobody wants to mention this shit is flaky. You're getting a bunch of these people in these positions of power who are allowed to even do this. And what's the first goddamn thing we're going to say? What's the first damn thing we're going to say? We didn't know. I call bullshit on it if you say you didn't know. Hey, what's up, LT? He said, "Woo, sorry I'm late. Shark ate my my record crate." The same women who danced on KS's grave and cheered when Tory Lanez was convicted, cheering now that Andrew Tate has been arrested. Of course they're cheering, man. I, as a guy who spent nearly 2 decades in law enforcement, well over 2 decades, military and law enforcement combined, I've never seen such a travesty of justice in my life except this year alone. I mean, let's take in consideration what the fuck is going on. Let's take in consideration that, yes, it's an open investigation, but best believe, people, that when it comes to trying to convict a man, Every little thing that was and that will be in this case is going to come out, and they're going to pump up every charge they can. And it's going to be funny because 2023 is going to be a very interesting year, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a very interesting year. My advice: get your shit together, get your shit active, get the fuck out of Dodge. Matter of fact, if you got a good woman, keep her, get her the fuck out of here. If you had the ability to get a passport, utilize it. Get your wife somewhere else. I'm gonna tell you this, and I hate to sound quote unquote misogynistic. No, I don't. Modern women have reduced themselves to just sex. And if it's not just sex, it's going to be just, I'm going to ignore you. Okay? I'm going to just ignore you. And when we look at it, right, a lot of people don't understand how jeopardizing this YouTube shit can truly be. They don't understand how jeopardizing it truly is. Nobody wants to hear the truth. They want to snuff it out. These are the same bitches who claim that they're being abused, they're being captured, they're being all this other shit. But yet they can't bring up any proof. Okay? They can't bring up any proof. They can't bring up any data. They don't want anything factual to come out. You just heard a case where females were lying and the prosecution did nothing about it. Nothing. Sat around like a bunch of jackasses and did nothing. But you got idiots, fucking idiots, in this black manosphere who go around and say, well, what's the difference? And see, a lot of men don't understand this, especially the simps who support this shit. It doesn't matter until it's your son. It doesn't matter until it's you. Let's be factual. It does not matter if somebody is rich and famous and popular, is Tate or Tory Lane's being arrested. What the fuck does that mean for you? Hmm? Anybody want to take a stab at it? What does that mean for you? What does that mean for you? I want you to really figure this shit out. That means you, of all people, are going to be fucked. Yep, definitely a war on real men. The only place in the world, the land of the free, where your freedom is restricted. Hmm, interesting. Interesting indeed. I want you to think about that. In a country where men still defend it, you can't talk bad about anybody. Make that shit make sense. You can't say shit, mon frere. You can't say a blessed thing. You won't even be able to speak your piece. You notice how many women get to speak their truth? I'm sorry. If you had an investigation and you let them go earlier, what did you find that's different now? I'm just asking. I'm just totally asking. You're telling me that all of a sudden now shit changed that quickly? I don't know what the laws are in Romania. They can be like, fuck your freedoms and just automatically do what they please. They're a sovereign country, they have the right to. But if you're not careful, and I'm going to tell you this, if you're not careful, there's a lot of young men out there who will think being such a nice guy, being such an agreeable guy is the way to go. It's the way to go. I want you to figure this shit out. Look what's happening with YouTube. They want to censor what you say, but they never censored any of these chicks saying, "I want to. You should abort black male babies. Black men are bullet bags." Okay, I don't want to hear shit about that. I don't want to hear shit about that until they're ready to confront the truth. And a lot of people are not ready to confront the truth. Yes, there are issues within the black community. I'm the first person to tell you about them. It's not a perfect society. No society is. But you're going to tell me, first and foremost, that we see travesties of justice like we've seen with we seen a week ago with Tory Lane. How many people are coming out of their houses talking about it? I think that's hilarious that we can sit here and allow such travesties of justice to go on and think we're not going to be touched next. You can't allow the powers that be to say you're not allowed to speak up for yourself. This is the reason why they want a weak ass America. They don't want men saying no to this abuse. They don't want men to say no. I deserve to be respected. Fuck your feelings is the terminology, right? Fuck your feelings is the terminology. But y'all don't want to hear that. You really think that if he never talked this shit and wasn't influencing young boys, do you really think they would even bother him? The answer is no. The answer is no. We already know what it is. It's no. If he's done something that's illegal and is found to be illegal, should he pay the penance for it? Yes. But at the same time, we can't sit around and say, oh, look at these other chicks. Look at these other men. We can't say that he's guilty of something and you wag your finger and you cover your eyes and hide your other hand behind your back after you threw rocks. I really think that's disingenuous. I really do think it's disingenuous. I think that we need to actually pay attention to see why these guys are being targeted. Trey said, "What gets me with the Tory cases, Meg had 2 years to push her story on every platform while the court's gag ordered. It's no different than many of these prosecutors. Look at Marilyn Mosby. Look what she did. Look what these prosecutors are doing. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a serious fuck. They don't give a fuck. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Shout out to John Kills. He said fam called it out last night. I want you to think about that. You're gonna get more of these cases back to back throughout this whole entire thing. You're gonna get more and more cases about this shit. And what's really gonna disturb you is this. Excuse me. Nobody's gonna question it. Nobody's gonna give a damn. We're just, well, allegedly human trafficking. They weren't looking for a fair trial, man. A fair trial was the least of their worries. They've proven that time and time again. Time and time again. They've proven it. But they don't care. You know, men are made to be beasts of burdens. You don't have pain. You don't feel pain. It's always fuck you. All right. How many times I got to tell you? It's fuck you and the horse you rode in on. There's no way in hell you're going to have a legitimate case for any of this shit. If you let them go the first time, what changed now? What changed now? We got to ask ourselves, who's pulling the strings for all these cases now? Who wants to see all these guys go away? Hmm? Anybody? Anybody? I want you to think about this. People will be like, why are you so concerned about these issues? What's scary is that you are not. What's really scary is that there are people who are not. There are people who constantly will allow such travesties of justice to be pursued. For what? I don't know. But yet, when you speak about this shit, you're the bad guy. I hate to tell everybody I told you so, but I told you so. How many times have I said modern women have made themselves pretty much into a position where men don't want to be around them? Men don't want to be around them. I've warned women of this shit. I warned them. I said, look, y'all keep doing this bullshit. Men are going to stay away from you just for self preservation reasons alone. Men are not going to put up with this shit for long. Let's see the definition of human trafficking. Human trafficking.
According to Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers, these steps are 1. Luring, 2. Grooming and gaming, 3. Coercion and manipulation, and 4. Exploitation.
The three most common types of human trafficking are sex trafficking, forced labor, debt bondage. Forced labor, also known as involuntary servitude, is the biggest sector of trafficking in the world, according to the U.S. State Department. Ah, so it's funny that forced labor, which is involuntary servitude, is the biggest trafficking. Sex trafficking disproportionately affects women and children, involves forced participation in commercial sex acts. Notice they put the key word disproportionately. They never talk about prison or how many men are forced to do sex acts on other men. They never talk about this. Notice when they talk about rape or sexual assault, they never mention prisons because they know the shit is going to be out of hand. Sex trafficking disproportionately affects women and children involved in a sex forced participation in commercial sex acts. In the United States, any child under the age of 18 who has been involved in a commercial sex act is considered a trafficking victim. Women and girls make up 80% of the people trafficked transnationally. Yearly, traffickers exploit 1 million children in the commercial sex trade. I'm reading the definitions, by the way. Perception of human trafficking also often involves women forced into prostitution. This is just one aspect of human trafficking. Survivors of human trafficking also include men. See how they see how they now they want to include men. But you just said earlier, see how the contradiction comes up? You just said it disproportionately affects them. But you don't want to talk about prisons where disproportionately most men are in, most prisoners in prison are men. But nobody wants to talk about the men who are trafficked for sex. These survivors are exploited in any number of means. Victims may be forced into any of the following types of labor among domestic servitude, agricultural work, manufacturing, janitorial services, hotel services, construction, health and elder care, hair, nail salons, prostitution, strip club dancing. Now, out of all these jobs, domestic servitude, agricultural work, manufacturing, hotel services, construction, help, majority of those are male jobs, with the exception of strip club dancing and hair and nail services. And you can cut in half hotel services. Some survivors are mail order brides who believe they are going to a new country for marriage, but instead enslaved. All nationalities and ethnic groups are vulnerable to human trafficking. Any given country can be a source for forced labor and a place for transit and a destination. Okay, we're going to talk about the needs of survivors in human trafficking. Okay, survivors of human trafficking are forced, tricked, or misled into modern day slavery. It's funny how they use the term modern day slavery, but they still don't want to pay reparations for the slavery that put America on the map, right? Gave it all its wealth and power. If they are able to escape a shroud of abduction and hidden enslavement, they have specific needs that are unique to their situation. Survivors may have experienced profound trauma, lack of linguistic skills in the country of their escape, a struggle with basic functions after trafficking. The United Nations, the United States government, and the state of California and the city of San Francisco are all committed to the unique needs of human trafficking survivors with the aim of ending this particular heinous crime once and for all. Signs of human trafficking. This gets even better. A person who has been trafficked may show signs that their movements is controlled, have false identity or travel documents, not know their home or work address, have no access to their earnings, be unable to negotiate working conditions, work extensively long hours over long periods, have limited or no social interaction, have limited contact with their families or people outside their immediate environments, think that they are bonded by debt. Protect yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. You can't even. I'm going to say this. The way a lot of this shit is going on, you meet a girl and she says, "Hey, I like you, but I have this student debt." You pay off her student debt. You're in a relationship or married. She gets pissed with you. What's keeping her from saying that you trafficked her? You forced her into a relationship. You forced her into marriage. You forced her to have sex for money. I, I don't think I don't think a lot of modern women, in particular, think about this shit. don't think they think about this shit no more. Now, if someone is being abused or taken advantage of, yes, action should be taken. But if we're going to say this person has done this crime, which could be considered heinous, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? I keep saying this, like, modern women have made interaction with them very costly for men. And this is no hatred of it. This is no hatred of it. This is no hatred of it. This is just an observation. Is it wise for young men right now to even be in relationships? We're going to have to seriously consider that. We're going to have to look at the ramifications that a lot of people are not looking at. This is what they're calling sex trafficking, and I just read the definitions of it. Like, share, subscribe. And that is also true. Those are havens for sex trafficking. Hey, 40 likes, 44 people watching. Let's get the likes to equal the viewers. Don't forget to hit the cash app or the super chats, please. The link is out there if you want to join the panel. I, for one, think that it's very, very scary for men to even engage at certain points. You're gonna have to vet these women like a goddamn job. You're gonna have to vet the hell out of them. You're gonna have to vet the hell out of these women because it's really not worth it. Cash app for those. Trace it. I remember when BGS. Yeah, you got to think about this. I remember when BGS said feminism freed women from being dependent on men, but also freed men for being obligated to taking care of women. I wish men actually believed that. See, that's the greatest lie that's been told. A lot of these women don't want to talk about how we don't have any obligation to them. You freed us from being dependent on men, but we want men to still think that they're obligated to us. Can't play that shit. Charles Irby said, people wonder why I'll be marrying a Moroccan woman, no Western woman. Vet the women and the family. Of course. Of course. It's sad. Anybody who speaks up for men, You're ostracized, man. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. Oh, let's not even get into that part. Man, let's not even get into that part. LAPD SWAT said, Colonel Falter, don't forget, 000 on January 1st. On January 1st, 2023, purge laws in Illinois goes into effect. Escape from Iowa. That's facts. F holiday. Society is a nutcase, man. I don't see the purpose. I don't see in my heart of hearts why men still partake in this bullshit. I don't see it. I just don't see it, man. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Yeah, common sense. Society as a whole is crazy right now. It's disgusting. You want men to stay at their posts, but you give them nothing to really want to be a part of. Frederick Holiday. Why should men even still compete in this system? Get your money and get the fuck out. Get your money and get the fuck out of the system. I've told you time and time again, modern women have made themselves obsolete. Very few women are worth it. If you find a decent woman, you better take her the fuck out of here. Take her the fuck out of here. It's Fahim today. All your heroes in the manosphere, boy. They gonna try to do scorch earth against them. All your family, all your friends in the manosphere, it's scorched earth. Scorch earth policy, man. They're hell bent of making sure that you're buck broken. If it's not the criminal justice system, it's going to be the economic system. It's gonna be a system, man. It's gonna be a system. Lord Drino said, just saw the news on Tate. Looks like no matter where you go, if you have enough influence to concern the system, you're going to be a target, especially as a black man. Facts. Facts. I've said this before. If you're a black man in this country, the only thing you need to do is work, get your money, and then get your escape plan. Don't participate. Craig Harper, shout out to Craig Harper. Shit, at this point, you gotta ask, what's decent these days? I can't even challenge you on that, my friend. Can't even challenge you on that. I cannot challenge you on that. I can't challenge you on that. It's funny because nowadays you're gonna have to be very honest. What the fuck is decent? What the fuck is decent? Think about it. I want you to really think about it, right? Women have put themselves in the same place as the ratchet. Women have put themselves in the same place as the ratchet. They put themselves in the same place and boat as the ratchet. They put themselves in the same spot as the ratchet. And they like it. I'm playing Madden if you hear any button mashing too, by the way. I just sacked this guy twice and he didn't respect my defense. So he I got a turnover on downs. Uh I'm just gonna tell you, why do you participate? They've shown you that they look down upon you. They talked about you like dogs. Why should we even participate? They don't respect you. He quit. He quit. Oh Lord, he quit. Oh my God, he quit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta take a. Hmm, I gotta take a screen, a video shot of that shit. Oh man, we got AL up in the building. What's up, AL?
Man, I just opened up my eyes and I seen Andrew Tate arrested. Man, catch me up. What the hell going
I'm gonna tell you, man. This is some bullshit. Yep, he rage quit, Lord Judo. He rage quit because I was running on his ass. I'm gonna post that video right now.
on? Stop making people rage quit.
I love making people rage quit. Shit, fuck them. The only time I'm gonna end the game if you up by 3 touchdowns, there's no way I'm coming back. Even though I've come back once because of it, but I love making people rage quit, especially when they talk shit. If you don't talk shit, I don't take it that personal. But if you talking shit, I mean, hey, it is what it is.
You supposed
I,
to tell us like Deion Sanders. I'm coming. I'm
I
coming.
told, I said, hey, I got Lawrence Taylor and Howie Long on my edge, so and then I got Ray Lewis in the middle, Ed Reed in the back, and I also got Rod Whitson.
You playing butt shit. I don't.
Oh yeah, oh
Mm-mm.
yeah.
Yeah. I never could get it, but
But I'm like, what's your take on this kid? Do you think there's a bit of character assassination going on lately? Because we're not even moved on Tory Lanez, man. We're not even a week removed from Tory Lanez. Oh, he muted up. I'm just like,
I'm here. I'm here. I'm just, I'm still, like I said, I'm clearing my face and straightening up. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell I read. I'm like, Tory Lanez arrested. Andrew Tate arrested me. Tory Lanez, that's something else. I mean, I,
shout out,
I was, I was just thinking. I'm like, well, Johnny Depp and them, they, they video blogged that trial, to the extent where the world could see that debauchery going on, and they put a stop to that with the
and
white chick.
shout out to Ebony Knight for the Cash App, and like always, shout out to F Holiday for the Cash App, man.
Salute, salute, woo! That shit. But yeah, man, I mean, I'm like, oh, so y'all not gonna even try this for the public to see. And I thought we were at that point now where there were major celebrity trials and whatnot going on, horrific murders. There, those always get televised. So all of a sudden we not televising the little Negro trials. What the
Yeah.
hell's going on?
I mean, here it goes, man. Here it goes. Oh, up on my damn iPad. Um, you got a lot of people out there who are just weird. Okay, they're just fucking weird. They just want to see the world burn. They don't give a fuck about masculinity. They don't give a fuck about men. And as far as I'm concerned, I think it's a bunch of these quitting ass niggas who don't really contribute to the to the society, that want to criticize men who make the world go round. Think about it. We literally have women on these panels talk about truck drivers, and they make 30 fucking thousand a year, and they're telling guys who are truck drivers making 100, 150, $200,000 a year that they're not suitable husbands.
That's a crock of shit, and we both know it. I'm like, and what gets me when they say that a brother need to come with a comeback like, bitch, I know you weren't good at mathematics at all because 30,000. Hell, teachers make more than 30,000. Hell, cops make more than 30,000.
Touch more
But
than 3,000, nigga.
yeah, you want to just the truck driver, the owner operator who's out here trying to make sure all these little luxurious ass goods and shit and trinkets and shit that you want and need ain't good enough. Man, if we stop running for 7 days, this whole goddamn country would collapse.
Oh yeah. No. I got Rod Whitson. I'm gonna get Dion later. I got what's the barber? The barber twin. I got him as a quarter too.
You got Rondé Barber,
I
defense.
got Ron.
Kiki was the
Was a
running
run.
back. Yeah.
Tiki was a running back. Oh man. Craig said weed niggas clocking in more money than 30. I mean, it's funny because I've heard women who call me broke, but there were times I made over 100,000 a year as a cop. So I mean, I mean, these women, have a lot of audacity in their asses. I tell you that much. What's up, Mel?
What's good? What's good?
What's up, Mayor? I know you got something to say about this shit. Go on and start baptizing these people with your preaching.
I was shocked, man. Like, damn, what the hell? We just on doing an interview with Pearly Things, and all of a sudden this shit. Like,
I
What
think that's what
what did
I
he get charged with? What did he get charged with?
I
yeah,
think
human
really.
trafficking, but I think it's a smear campaign. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like I think these charges gonna get dropped easily. And shit. Because I was like, yo, when I found out information with the girls, they said they were staying with them. My thing is like, yo, one of them, she said one of them had a boyfriend. She called the boyfriend. That's why I'm like, wait a minute. She's in a relationship. She called her boyfriend from another dude's house. Talking about
That's
she's been kidnapped, blah 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 blah. I'm like, why the that made no sense.
how many times.
What?
How many times does that sound like a guy who was fucking a chick, come to find out she got a boyfriend or husband to make her look like she's innocent? Oh, I was forcibly, I was raped.
Exactly.
No, you were getting that dick. That's what you were getting.
God dang, got caught. In this case, she got so sprung, realized, yo, like he said, I'm a top G. Like, fuck. You was in a relationship. I ain't trying to fucking wife you up like that. Like, crazy shit. Give me the pussy and go. She didn't want to go. So
But there, you know what happens when they bend over
Oh
or
yeah,
they
and
spread
just to tell Craig Harper, I got Christian Okoye as my running back.
yeah.
Oh yeah, but back to the subject at hand. Yeah, you got a lot of this bullshit going on around with these females, and it's like, yo, if you're gonna be a hoe, stand up to your wholeness.
These bitches came to be hoes right. Like shit. You know, old school vets is telling them, "Oh, you fucking up the game." Shit. I
Huh?
saw a video. I remember seeing a video on Snapchat. I don't know these new school sugar babies and shit. They fuck up the game. The old school sugar baby vets at the school. They would know like, yo, he going to ask for sex. Like you know what I'm saying? Kids think he's not gonna want to fuck. What the mortal said to Doctor Strange in the first one, the bill is always due. So like, bird. So that because he's afraid not to ask for it doesn't mean he doesn't want it. But he's going to ask for it, and you have to pay up. So you going these chicks these days, your words. Dudes ain't gonna save their asses anymore, man. Shit. Some females ain't gonna save them either, too.
It's gonna get to the point where dudes are gonna be like, oh hell no.
Exactly.
Charles, if people had the same energy in assassinating Andrew Tate's character as they would occupy Wall Street, they would get real progress, but they don't want that one virtual signal, virtue signal.
Oh yeah, by the way, man, another bad news, man. Like Sinful the P passed away. I didn't even know where he died from because O'Shea's video didn't say shit on how he died. He just doing some
who,
memorial.
who passed away?
Sinful the P.
Yeah.
Who is that?
We never heard of him. Um,
No.
he's, he's a former pimp, like does YouTube content creation also. Been like in the early days of Man is Fifth, from my point of view. Yeah, like those Sunday Rumbles and all that stuff. Yeah, like yeah. So, but yeah, I'm like he was like 38 years old. I'm like, damn, what the hell happened? But nobody ain't spell no details of why actually how he died. So
Yeah. Sorry to hear that. My condolences to him.
yeah, yeah, my family, my condolences to them also too. So
I'm like, I'm like, you gotta. That's another thing. Black men gotta check their health. I'm not saying it was anything. I don't think it's anything foul play. I don't know. I never really paid attention to Sinful like that. But my condolences to his family, nevertheless. Black men gotta check their health, man.
hmm
Black men really gotta check their health. You gotta make sure you're healthy. Drink more water. Get some exercise, man. Get you know, live a stress free life.
yep. Be very cautious of your sugar intake and shit. I mean, I go for both ways. You know, don't eat too much, but don't eat too little either. Too like shit. People got the sugar. Body needs sugar also too. Yeah, like all that, but only a certain amount. You gotta have a balance. Everything has to have a balance. Some foods you supposed to eat lots of, and some is very little of. But the rest supposed to be an even balance. Matter of fact, I was watching TK Kirtland interview, bro, for real. He said something that you know what I'm going to start doing also too. All this insurance that we paying per month for our health insurance. Seeing a doctor once a year. Not like nah. I'm gonna go there three times a year. Shit, every 3 months. I'm gonna do that shit also.
Hmm. Go take care of your health, man.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing, nothing greater than your health. Nothing greater than your health.
Yep. Mm.
And I'm just looking at this because we're not too far removed of this Tory Lanez fiasco, that travesty. I mean, it's something else, man. It really is something else. And I mean, you got a lot of these naysayers of the manosphere. Oh, they hate women. They do this. They do that. We're the only reason women are probably even functional now because a lot of times, a lot of these dudes don't even want to deal with women like that. It's gonna be just sex and that's it.
See, on the other hand, man, with this situation, let's use the Tory Lane situation. Like, yo, some of these dudes need to freaking listen and know some dick discipline, also, man. I mean, that was kind of sloppy what he was doing.
That's just Hollywood.
Exactly. Even still, man, like, yo, like, I don't think Drake was ever that sloppy like that. I mean, shit, look what he did. He fucking put the pepper in the condom. He ain't fucking around. Like, yo, or he already got a kid. He ain't trying to make that same mistake again. Some other chicks. So it's like, yo, you got to be cautious and be smart. Like, was that smart? You smashing these two chicks, and then you bring them to our house to try to smash another chick. Like, what the hell? In this damn Me Too age that's going on, and look what happened. Like, damn.
Now you got to look at what goes on in these places because a lot of these chicks, like Megan Thee Stallion, nobody should really fuck with a Megan Thee Stallion type of chick because she's toxic.
Mhm.
Man, she's toxic.
Shit, look at Amber Rose. Shit, another toxic one. A talentless toxic one. Shit. These Kim Kardashian also have to learn some sense and being smart with her business moves. Anyway,
I mean, hey, look at, I mean, you got people looking up the fucking chemical board and, Dr. Crust. So, if they even know who that is.
mm, man,
I mean,
damn, the year ain't even over yet. Shit, two more days, and this how it's ending like this. Damn.
and they come up with a fire. They come up with a firefight. Come up with a plan.
Oh, this year been really roller coaster rocky this year, man. Shit. Like, man. My birthday Sunday too. I ain't gonna be able to do nothing special that day. Said plan out my whole New Year's and get myself together and shit.
I tell you, this year you better get your shit together.
Mm-hmm.
Mary, your boy Drake better got that thing too. Yeah, and I just seen a little video a couple of days ago. Some chick came to a fly in her ass. He got her drunk. He kind of yeah, he hit me raw. And then when she said that, I'm like, wait a minute. You talking about the same Drake we know who put hot sauce in condoms? Nah, I don't believe that. This Me Too shit.
Wait. You said he got her drunk and tried to have sex with her.
Well, no, this is what she was saying. Uh, she flew him out. He flew her out. He they were drinking. She was drinking something that I guess she really liked. Something. When I get on this, I just do whatever. And
Oh,
talking about yeah, he hit me with no condom. He hit me with all this and
oh,
yeah, I'm like, nah, they don't sound like Drake MO. Drake MO is he puts hot sauce in condom.
Drake could give you that hot phone call, man. Uh, that was a hot. That was a hot. You know,
Give that hot sauce. Damn.
I mean, it's sad. It's
What
getting
what, what if they charge them to take me?
um human trafficking.
Get
Yeah.
the fuck out of here. I thought he only dealt with grown women.
Yeah, human trafficking could be women, children, men. But I just read out the context of what they consider human trafficking.
Mm-hmm. And who was this chick that's environmental activist he's having beef with? They said she might have played a part in getting him arrested.
Yeah.
They tried to get him with that what months ago, and the charges got dropped. So ain't this would be a double jeopardy they trying to do? Unless
Hmm.
double jeopardy don't affect Romania laws.
I mean, there's a lot of shit going on, and who knows?
Hmm. All I can say is they better hope it's true because if it ain't,
If
oh shit! You
if
see the
it's gonna
see
come
the
back,
backlash they gonna face behind all this shit.
if it's
They tried to do this to him. Oh man.
if it's fraudulent, they're gonna come back with a vengeance, boy.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna come back with a vengeance. It's gonna be some shit
Yep.
down the pipe.
It's like yo, Andrew, he's gonna come outside and just smirk while the dudes is going through their thing like fuck
You're
it.
gonna be like,
And the chick's gonna be, you know what? It's gonna be like that scene in in Watchmen when Warshak was on the cliff. He's like, yo, I'm gonna look down and people gonna beg for our help, and I'm gonna say no.
he's gonna come back with a vengeance, boy. It's not even gonna be fun dealing with him.
Yep.
you think
First,
you think you heard it take before, boy. He's coming with a vengeance, boy.
Yep.
first they tried. First they tried to knock him off of social media, freeze his account, freeze his bank account. Now you trying to get him on this? I'm like, shit, y'all hate alpha vertical male that much?
Yes, there's no reason for you to exist as an alpha man. No reason.
Traditional masculinity. Oh man, in 20 years.
They want you all in dresses.
Yep.
But if a freaking war broke out right now and they had to start drafting and they look up 20, 30 days into the fight and see for the first time in this nation's history, we're actually by attrition losing the fight, they're gonna wonder why. Because you done bred 3, 4 decades worth of feminine ass men. Talking back ass men. When you join the service, you're taught to take orders. And that's something these new age motherfuckers don't know shit about.
They're just very effeminate. It's shameful, really, if you think about it. You don't even have people able to protect your country. But these are the motherfuckers you bred. A bunch of sorry motherfuckers. A bunch of effeminate.
Nah, Charles, you just gotta put all those shit back and you can't tell me shit as God gonna fight.
I mean, hey. This is the America they wanted, man. Watch the fall of America. Then they're gonna be like, why don't you build? Why should we, bitch? Shout out to Detroit 313. Did you see the stand up comedy of Shula King did an impression of Kevin Samuels? I bet you it was funny as shit. Wait a minute. You 5'2", 275 pounds with 5 kids. No, buy a dog and die alone.
And they say who impregnated that little short book and gave her a liver of fire.
Mm-hmm. Like, men shouldn't do shit anymore. I don't like it. We don't want it. I don't. I don't see the purpose of this shit anymore. The system is telling you they're not for you. Why participate? Why? But you know, we should participate and we should protect all women. They're not protecting you. They're not going to protect you. As a matter of fact, they're telling you, fuck you.
We're tired of protecting the second disabled.
They told you, fuck you.
And they gotta earn my protection. Fuck that shit.
Will that be all right with you?
Yeah, they earn my protection. Fuck, I ain't gonna give it to them. Shit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I mean, hey, this is the world you asked for. This is the world you asked for. Don't get mad when men say, I'm out. See, I'm done.
Yep. Gonna play that song. Fuck this shit. I'm out.
Yep.
I really want to sit down with some top. Charles, I really want to sit down with some top generals. You know what's left the so-called quote the John Wayne alpha men, and I just want to ask, what the fuck y'all gonna do when this shit really hit the fan? I mean, how y'all go alpha y'all way through this shit with a depleted fucking core men who, you know, you gonna have to settle for the criminals in prison, bloods in the crips. And they were single mother raised and driven, so you already know they idolize you. They gonna try to rebel and talk back every chance they get. So how the fuck are you gonna win this newfound war?
You need to do is leave. Say, fuck this shit. Leave.
But see, that's just it, Charles. The generals and those officers can't leave. Their job is the military.
See, that's why so many are retiring and they're going to different countries and private militaries and getting, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And I don't blame them. Some millions. I don't fucking blame them.
You know what's funny? They still follow us, man. Like, now I was seeing he just tried to call himself Passport Sis. I'm like, what the fuck? Seen the video of that shit. talking about yo the passport sits. I'm like, what? Ew. You just they want to follow us and try to get our results. I'm like, they ain't
Well,
going
Man,
well,
to
man,
if you want to talk about passport sisters, let's talk about passport sisters who be paying Nigerian men $10,000.
yes, yes. And can we please give them their true name? They're not passport chicks. Those are sellers got their groove back chicks.
Those
That's
are
all they are.
greenbacks. Those are You know what I call them? I call them desperate bitches.
The funny thing about it though, even the dudes overseas in them countries don't want them. What I'm hearing, shish. So what are they doing? Shit, how they doing when they getting all these dudes? These dudes don't want them and shit. Like hell no, send them back. Tell you that movie fucked their heads up so much, thinking that they could do that shit.
Boy, I just broke one. I just broke a fucking punt back for a touchdown. Steve Smith Sr. Man, gotta love it.
Stop playing on rookie mode.
Smoked them like a pack of coos. Passport sis.
That's what I'm saying.
The only difference is we just get our passports and all we got to do is show up and get women. They got to pay men to marry them, and just for the promise of a green card.
And the funny about the chick that was doing it, making the video about it, she's like a damn transformer and shit. Like, I'm like, what the fuck?
It's so bad you're not gonna be able to tell the difference between the Transformers and the women. Hell,
Shit.
that you're the only race of women that get women up there to say we teach y'all how to be feminine. How the fuck? Some some really ass dude with some nails teach y'all to be. Get the fuck out of here. Shit's so embarrassing. It's not even funny.
Oh man. And they supported them so hard. And now it's like, yo, y'all gotta learn how to be a bitch from a dude. Y'all support.
Oh my god, this is sad.
I ain't even that shit.
This is sad. They like man, man, man. I'm looking for a man. You look like one. No, I'm a lady, but I'm looking for a man. You sounding like fucking sound like Arsenio Hall from Coming to America when he dressed up as that one.
I agree.
Hi Eddie, how you doing?
He's looking at you all night. I'm gonna do you be your friend too.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Lord Gino said, "Did you hear the next narrative they're gonna try to pull is gonna be against Dion? Now they're gonna say he's gonna do the same thing in Colorado he did to oh god, fuck Jackson, man, fuck Jackson. They didn't appreciate the brother while he was there. Fuck them. Fuck them manly looking bitches down in Jackson. Got a bunch of niggas whining and crying. He laughed. You would leave too. How many motherfuckers leave? Would you stay at a job making $18 an hour if somebody is offering you fucking 30? You're lucky you had him this long, and then all the stuff he accomplished for your school, and y'all still wanted to pay him pennies on a dollar. Get the fuck out of here. Hey Eddie.
Nah, they just mad and they equate Dion leaving to like Passport Bros leaving. So they just gotta find a reason. Anytime a man says he's checking out, that's like those 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 are no words to the Ghanaians. They do not like it. They're gonna find a reason to bitch.
I'm not gonna feel insulted by a chick who looks like Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones.
Who? Mike Jones. Oh man.
Oh, these Mike Jones looking face bitches, man. I ain't no.
He like Mike Jones.
Like, nah, you can't satisfy people, man. You're not allowed to have be happy. You're not allowed to be, prominent. You're not allowed to have any sense of yourself. Not allowed to do anything. You're supposed to be a slave to the gynocracy. It's the gynocracy.
My name's Candy. Who? Mike Jones.
See, I told you. Told you. Told you. Sound like a goddamn man.
Shit. They gonna be like that chick from I gonna get you sucker that took a leg off and shit. And the ass and the tits and the hair. Like shit, they already faking as it is already in that part.
They damn near like that now, man.
Yep. You gonna get a kick out of this. Oh man.
Where you going? Where you going?
Oh, they just start complaining. It ain't fair in their own sport. It ain't fair.
You the
You
same shit.
voted for this shit to be in it, so they came to your arena and you allowed it. So, but he's a man. You supported him and wanted him to be a girl, so he's a girl now. So now he's rocking with y'all and
It,
competing in y'all sports.
it, and Mel, those same dudes that knew they was not even worthy of participation medals in our sport had to go somewhere to find a way to get a medal and dominate. Why not
Exactly.
dominate them bitches?
So now they're the top tiers and shit like that in the women's category. Like, it's like that Saved by the Bell episode when Screech was in the pageant and shit like that. He even dressed as a female when he beat their asses in the pageant. It's like that. Oh man.
It gets bad, man.
Shit.
It gets bad. Like,
And these weird, crazy other females keep supporting their narratives. This damn super multiple genders, genderless binary bullshit. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, the few dudes that they could sucker to support that shit, keep them dudes away from me, yo. I already know some of their motives. They that desperate for pussy that around there. They gonna agree to support this. The other females, nah, nope.
Pussy. I can't live without it.
Tell you, man, this new generation, man, they're trying to destroy all what other generations built, and they have to realize there's a reason why they created a tradition and it works. Can't change certain things, man, like that.
You you want pussy. You can't have pussy.
No more using the term male, female. Sheesh. Like
Let us
what?
get back. Let us get back to the days that we just took what we wanted from men, and they really start feeling some kind of way.
Yep. Man.
Remember, pussy, pussy rolls lace.
you know, like you got dark side with the anti-life equation for pussy.
Shit. Exactly.
I found it. I finally found it.
Is it just me, or when you turn 40, you start to find a lot of 40 women, 40 and plus women unattractive.
Oh, yep.
I mean,
When you do when you do find that small percentage of ones, it's like, yo, I don't want to wife that. I just want to smash and pump and dump, and that's it.
and some of
Do
the
like do like I do. Just look straight through 'em.
oh,
Don't feelings
damn,
that
man,
look straight through 'em.
it's like shit. Damn, I know it.
It's funny, Charles, man. When we was younger, we saw some 40-year-olds that we was like, damn, she look fine. Now we are those 40-year-olds and looking at them differently, like, ugh. Like they aged 5 times faster than us. Like we all 40, you 10 years older than me. Then you're
That's
40.
what happened when you spend 25 plus years using war paint. So that's what happened.
Exactly. I'm like, yo.
I mean, shit. Damn. I mean, I'm looking at some of these chicks on some of these dating sites, and I'll be like,
Shit.
So this got so bad. I sat down on my side. I got tired of looking at that
I'm-
same old bullshit
I-
over and over.
it got so bad that you be like this when you meet them.
Yeah.
Like I told you, get back,
See,
back, get back, ma, get back. Let me give you a kiss. No.
see, y'all brought up something that I found to be so true. The night I turned 40, your spider senses go off, and you look at some of these women in their 40s and you go, what the hell is that?
It's like watching a bunch of them turn into werewolves, like that American Werewolf from London transformation scene.
Man,
Jeez.
it's
It,
not
Oh man.
pretty.
it's like your biological. It's like your biological fucking clock just says, like nigga, give up, nigga. Just
And
no,
then
nigga.
you find yourself wondering, like, you know what? I find myself into other certain chicks that, like, damn, shit, they start to look more and more cuter now for me. Like, freaking, like, sexier to me now. Like I'm looking at some of these younger, no, over 21 years old. Shit, as usual. Some of the slim ones that, like, damn, they looking kind of good. Like, and I'm not really into slim girls. Like, I like my little bit athletic fit. Like, the little petite size, yeah, but like
You know, the
slimmer chicks is like, damn, trying to turning me on right now. It's like, damn, because man, you playing a baby in that shit. How much more weight can she gain? She could probably shape up now to or get her ass back into shape from that baby weight, and now she go curve up.
man, the luckiest, and I do mean this. There are two occasions that I got very lucky and
Mhm.
very fortunate to meet the women that I've met. My daughter's mother, Liz, and my wife Jody. The rest of this, I told this story before. After I got diagnosed with type 2 in 2010, and I was seeing a black woman at the time. Didn't get one call from her, and I was in the hospital for 3 weeks. Not one. After that, it came down to two choices: get out or get the hell out. And of course, knowing me being beyond an extra, I took option C. I got the fuck out.
Get the fuck out.
Play the song.
I
Fuck this shit. I'm
fuck
Shit,
out.
I'm
this shit
out.
I'm out.
Fuck
Yeah.
this shit, I'm out. Woo, woo. Grab your bag and pack 'em
Man,
in.
My
Let's
man.
fuck this shit,
the,
I'm
the line of the song is a line that both Jody and I echo to this day. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here.
I'm gonna tell you, fellas, man. it's sad because I know that most people can't guess my age when they see me. So
Mm-hmm.
especially if I'm clean shaved,
Right.
like I'm like, God damn, I'm looking at these 40-year-old bitches, and I'm like, I'm 38. Bitch, you younger than me. You look like you're going to be my mother. My mother look younger than you.
I
Like,
know, damn. And some
I
of them
tell
are
people,
our classmates we went to school with, and like we look at them now, like
just a minute.
I used to have a crush on you when we was younger. What the
I
fuck?
still have
Nah.
people.
I'm
I
like, God damn, what you take hardcore crack? Don't. Shit.
All the weight
I,
they gain and shit. Like, yo,
I mean, when
dodge
yeah,
the bullet.
like
were it not. Listen,
they
I
talk
still
about I
got.
got my baby weight. Your baby 18.
Wait a minute.
Exactly.
The most recent game I did dealt with the team from Indianapolis, which already had my senses going on alert because I knew I would see the weave coming from everywhere. You know I did.
Mm.
I go downstairs and I get something from the concession stand. I get a drink from the concession stand. I come back up and I'm still having trouble climbing stairs. You know, this one bitch had the absolute gall to say to me, "You look young. You should be struggling climbing stairs." I turned and looked at her with a smile on my face and I said, "Honey, I just turned 50 and I kicked cancer in the ass." That
Like,
loud thud that I heard next was her mouth going through the stands.
well, I'm just 32, and all I had was one kid. Like, there's one chick in in my graduating class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chick bigger than the fucking national debt. And I mean, what fucks you up more is that she had no kids.
What?
No kids, and she got all this weight. And I'm like, God damn. But
You mean to tell me she's as big as the Baltimore Ravens Super Bowl offensive line and no kids?
I mean, she looks like
Don't
she
disrespect
survived.
Jonathan Ogden and company, man. Like that.
She looks like Jonathan Ogden mixed with Haloti Nada.
God damn.
I mean,
Is
she,
there a pe- is there a piece of Tony Saragusa in the
I
house?
see. I knew it was coming.
of
You
course, it's
niggas
gonna
ain't
be there.
shit. Time out
I
for you
mean,
two
she looked
niggas.
like she ate a goose. God damn.
Oh,
I
Jesus.
mean, she got more rolls on the neck. I mean, shit, she got rolls.
Juggernaut moon
Speaking
town
of
right
weight, y'all will love this piece of news. I'm now back up to 235 pounds.
Nice.
there. Nice.
I'm getting the muscles back. I'm starting to walk better.
Oh yeah.
Because
Got
for
some hands.
I can honestly tell you for like the last 6 months I walked with a hunch. I have walked bent over and my wife would like just encourage me every day, try to walk straighter, walk straighter. And she would just tell me that, walk straighter. Well, I'm starting to do that a lot more now.
Some exercise makes the bands make you dance. You
Yes,
know?
it does.
Now you got to trim
Yes.
that down to a nice 15 pounds off, and you'll be all
No,
right.
he lost a little bit of he lost some weight because of the chemo.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
I lost a ton of weight. I lost a ton of weight when I had my surgery.
Mm.
I know chemo started it, but it was oral chemo and it wasn't as physically, it wasn't as lethal as regular chemo, but mentally, that chemo kicked my ass. But yeah, I'm back up to 235 now, and I got a doctor's visit coming up next week, and I think the target he's gonna give me is 240 or 245, and then
How tall are you?
6'5".
6'5", and my granddaddy was 6'3", was about 268, 270 damn nice. So, but you still, no, not that much weight. You want to have a nice amount of weight on you, but not be. Because trust me, you'll think, oh, I'm good at this weight. You know, your heart will be telling you something else.
Yeah,
Trust
But man, when that team from Greenwood came in and I saw some of the women that came in, I nearly I nearly packed up and left that night
Or you
because
or you might get some of those burly bitches because they built like fucking Christian Okoye,
holy Jesus.
the Nigerian
Let me
nightmare.
throw, let me throw a little old school at you, Charles. A little bit of Christian Okoye and a little bit of the Moose, Daryl Johnston.
Oh yeah, I mean you got some of them, and then don't let it be one of them big funky bitches.
Oh
When
Jesus.
when they smell hit you harder than fucking Jack Tatum, Steve Atwater, and Ronnie Lott put together.
You took the next name out of my head. I was looking for Ronnie Lott.
I mean, hit you harder than Prime Ray Lewis.
And this is before the block.
hmm Like, god damn,
I
what's
mean,
that
hit you.
smell?
I mean, hit you harder than Mike Singletary.
Yeah, got nothing but fucking smell like a bad titty residue with some shit.
Oh, jeez. And you know what? Some of these, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Some of these mothers don't deserve to wear the basketball shirts in support of their children.
Because they look like sinners.
And then some. You know how we were bringing old school names back up.
hmm
Some of that, when I was climbing up the stairs after getting a snack, some of that funk hit me harder than Charles Haley.
Jesus. I mean, hit you harder than fucking Marvelous Marvin Hagger. Like, I mean, beat the
Dude,
fuck out of you.
dude, s- this is why I'm so happy I don't cover a school in Indianapolis because that funk would hit me. This is for you, Charles. That funk would hit me harder than Sam Adams.
Oh, yeah. Big Sam.
Big Sam Adams.
I mean, Funk could hit you harder than George Duke.
Man, shit'll hit you. Here you go. Shit'll hit you harder than a Bob McAdoo dunk. Shout shout to the Buffalo Braves from the old school. All right.
I
Uh,
mean,
And,
hit,
and their attitude since I was challenged recently that I don't know a black woman's attitude, even though A was raised by one, B lived with one, and the offspring thereof for the better part of 10 years of my adult life. The one who challenged me gave me a face. Let me think of a good one here. She gave me a face that hit me harder than Dan Hampton.
damn. I mean, young Ed Reed hitting you.
You you understand me? I mean that attitude and that face hit me harder than Ed Reed and Ronnie Lott put together.
I mean, some destructive shit.
That'll knock that'll knock you off your feet and you don't want to get up.
That's how her breath smell like.
There you go.
Like her breath rocks, 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 rocks.
I mean,
Shut up, son. It's hot raw. By the way,
hey, son,
Charles, I
hey,
just
what's up,
watched.
son?
I just watched Black Panther. Wakanda Forever. We don't call that Black Panther. But
Mm-mm.
what you say? Wakanda Forever finally. And all I can say is, if Shuri can beat Namor, then both T'Challa and Killmonger will whop the floor with them without their Panther suits. I mean, that is sad. Namor
Agree with
flat
that.
boxes with the Incredible Hulk. How the fuck do you get that?
You know what's so funny though? The new Avatar movie that just came out, it already reached $1 billion in like what 10 days.
I don't
Because
Wakanda Forever hasn't even reached $1 billion yet. It's
it
just
won't.
it was explained why they said that it won't go on Disney Plus until next year in February or
This
March.
it's not that movie will never ever reach $1 billion ever.
Wakanda
It's already at like 800, but I'm like this. If it does, this is why they have it out for so long the way it is and shit. They kind of knew it's not like the first one. It's not going to reach a billion that fast the way it is. And like
Mm-hmm.
Avatar already reached over a billion already. Shit,
Oh
just
yeah,
In
that
in
is
10
true.
10
days.
days.
That is true. That's worse when you have a chick whose farts are worse than yours.
That's why I was like, oh my god, damn. That's why they kind of it's like they all kind of already knew this movie was gonna make a billion so fast. That's why they kind of had it in the theater for so
I
long
don't.
the way it
Let
is.
me
It's
I
like,
shout
don't
out
think
F Holiday. He just dropped me.
and then I had to read.
Oh
I
Lord.
had to read about the original script for Black Panther 2.
that
This
would
is
have been
gonna,
a
gonna
good
be,
movie.
it was gonna be for like really around father and son type dynamic with
Would have been.
T'Challa and his son. And
Would have
I'm
been.
like, this is gonna piss me off even more now.
It actually would have
You
been a good.
noticed?
It would have been a good movie.
Hmm.
Yeah, would have been a good movie being the operative words.
They should have recast, but they
Mm.
did.
But
You know. Sometimes you
no.
got to cast that ass.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's what I say about a bad woman. Recast her ass.
Hmm.
Shucks. When I met Jody, I had everything I needed with her. I mean, how come let me go ahead and say it. How come black women don't get it?
Because they don't need to.
Exactly.
Best answer I've heard.
Because they don't need to. You got simps out here glorifying it. We got
You got
members.
the media and outlets that's funding this shit on
Hmm.
fuckery, and
I
they
mean,
benefiting off of that.
funded it by the truckload,
Hmm.
funding it by the Brinks truckload. All right, here I mean, you know what, Mel? I'm gonna make you laugh. Someone
Hmm.
actually told me after I got married that I was gonna struggle with my marriage because I'm in an interracial marriage, and I looked at this person who happened to be a black woman. And I said, "Why is that? Perhaps because you all don't talk about race." Bullshit. We have that conversation almost on a daily basis because we can relate.
Hmm.
And she looks at me and she says, "How?" I said, "Do you really want me to divulge an example that would put you to shame? Do you really want me to go there?" She says, "I bet you can't." I looked at her and I said, "Dear, I married a woman outside my race who, unlike you, makes me completely happy."
And it's not because of her race.
Bingo.
Exactly.
It's because of who she is.
You know, you got all these bitches talking about, yeah, I only want them white bitches because they do what you want. Exactly. And I don't even date white
Yeah,
chicks.
isn't that the freaking idea?
What man wants a hard headed woman? I'll wait. This nigga threw the ball 10 yards from the goal line, and I picked it off.
Did you go Ed Reed on him and take it the distance?
Oh no, I didn't do it the distance.
Oh, okay.
I should have though.
Did I was gonna say, did you go 107 yards on him?
One time I actually went coast to coast.
Nice, very nice.
Coast to coast on a motherfucker. Like I was like, oh, oh, oh.
But it's what you said, Charles. I love and adore Jody for who she is. Period.
And then I'm the first to tell you, when black women work out and they're nice, they're elegant, they're undefeated. And that's no knock
Right.
to any other woman. But y'all don't even consider how you treat your men.
And they won't consider it either.
I'm like, look at how men, a lot of you single mothers don't get this. How you treat your boys, the men you want to date are
Hmm.
watching. I want you to realize that the men you want to date are watching.
Yeah, they are.
They see
Yeah,
your
they are.
signs. They see how you treat your sons.
And yet I still get ridiculed too. I'm gonna make y'all laugh. I get ridiculed to this day about how I speak.
Obvious.
Do I need to complete the second half of that sentence?
6'5" black man ain't black. Oh, fumble. Don't mind if I do. Ty Law, touchdown. Picked it up. Oh, yes.
I'm not supposed to speak the way that I speak, and yet one of my best friends in broadcasting, or two of them, just happen to be announcers. But you can't tell them that because I'm not supposed to know this stuff.
What's funny? I remember when it was you, Matt, and myself.
Man, what a night.
And we're talking about father issues and going through shit.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be surprised how much the world is starting, like, white men are starting to understand how I feel to be a black man now because
Yes.
your woman turned on you too.
They're starting to get the picture. And you, Matt, and I were talking about this shit 7 years ago.
And damn near was about to be 8 now.
Yeah, about to be 8 years. Matter of fact, 8 years at the end of January.
Mm-hmm.
8 years at the end of January. We had a groundbreaking conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And that shit was live too.
Yeah. A lot
That
of
shit
people
was live. That shit was live too. If I find it in my archives, I'm gonna play it in its entirety.
a lot of people don't know that I've been talking about this shit for years.
Brother. When Matt came to me and introduced you, I knew we'd have a groundbreaking conversation.
Yeah.
We had set the limit for like what?
I was back in what? Manosphere, the end of 1.0?
Yeah, end of 1.0. And
Yeah.
I hadn't been introduced to it yet.
Yeah, we were at
I
the
just know I'm talking with two of my best friends about issues that need to be talked about in among men.
yeah. The men didn't talk about like that until recent. I mean,
Because men were forced to stay silent.
yeah.
Men were forced to stay silent.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know I had planned yesterday, Wednesday, to do my last unfiltered of the year. I think I'm gonna do it tomorrow afternoon. And then I'm gonna shut down my office and hang with the wife until she goes back to work. Because I gotta do one good fundraiser, excuse me, before the new year. And I'm making this known right now. There are two items I need to get so I can blow the competition away in terms of my play-by-play announcing and streaming my show. One is a hotspot from Verizon, and the other item is a laptop.
Oh
I
yeah.
solved the other. I solved the other. I solved the other sound problems.
Oh
So
yeah.
if anybody can drop a little in the, let me put my cash app up here. If anybody can drop a little toward the cash app either today or tomorrow, will be appreciated because the goal, um, I can say the goal right now is going to be $400 for all the equipment that I need. And it's a laptop, a headset mic, and a hotspot. Let me put my cash up here. Hold on.
Hey, hey, it's 2020. Go hard. Just gotta go hard.
There you go. If you would drop that, please, in support, I appreciate it. And F Holiday started the spigot. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, when your wife tells you, when my wife, who is not black, by the way, y'all, and y'all know that, and I'm outlining a point here. When my wife, who is not black, looks me in the eyes with my face in her hands and says, I want you to chase your dreams and I will help you.
That's a blessing. That's a blessing.
It's like that clip you always play, Charles. Go beyond plus. Well, there's my beyond plus.
Go beyond plus ultra, baby.
Plus ultra, man. You know, we got a plan to put some money away, and she just looked at me and said, "Whatever you can bring to the table to help out our efforts, I would appreciate it because I know you're still healing."
Yeah.
The greatest gift you can get. Somebody type this and put it in the chat, please. I'm going to borrow a little Jim Valvano and I'm going to add a little Charles Faulkner to it. The greatest gift you can give to a black man is your belief in him.
Yep. That's very profound. The greatest gift you can give a black man is your belief in him. A lot of people don't understand that.
Somebody drop that in the chat and drop my cash app along with it. But the greatest gift, Jim Valvano said, the late great North Carolina State basketball head coach, the greatest gift you can give to a man is your belief in him. Dr. Faulkner ultrified it, and now I'm ultrifying it by saying the greatest gift, especially today, that you can give to a black man is your belief in him.
Yeah.
Period. Because if he has that, he can fuck the mountains. He can move galaxies.
Yeah. I mean, you got a lot to go for yourself once you have, the basis of what you need.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot of brothers who don't even get that.
No. And I've seen it. I've seen it in all the neighborhoods I've lived in. I saw it in my old neighborhood when I went back to Chicago uh, to honor my parents. Back September of last year when my mother died. But you don't see it. You don't see it, and it's the stupidest thing. But it's true though. You want to pick? Listen, people keep asking for solutions to the black community. First of all, the black community is dead because the black woman took every piece of government assistance that was handed to her. Second, you want to start it over and repair it? Believe in the black man. And I mean all the way.
Like, give us the keys to help you.
Exactly. You want a kingdom? Give us the keys to the goddamn thing. And then watch us go to work. The last 3 women I dated before I met Jody, they wondered why I pulled away. And I told them, simply put, you stopped believing in me.
Mm.
And then they want to argue, oh, I never stopped believing in you. Bullshit.
Your,
Bullshit.
your silence confirmed it all.
Ex- Will you repeat that again for those of us in the cheap seats at Memorial Stadium?
Your silence confirmed it all.
There was one lady who came to visit me in LaPorte. She went to a game with me. I was covering Michigan City. Came back. She drove off to go back to Minnesota. And she said, when are you ever going to get it together? I said, what? When are you going to get it together? When are you going to get a job and stop chasing these dreams of yours? That pissed me off.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as she said that, I pulled away.
And see, people don't understand that little belief in men.
Yes.
That man will build a whole house just for saying thank you, just for cooking them a plate.
Mm-hmm.
Men tend to remember everybody who does right by them.
Yep.
I don't know why women don't understand.
Because there are too many goddamn wrongs to remember that we've been through in the first place. Too many. And we don't want to remember those anymore.
Just do right by us. We'll always do right by you.
I mean, hell, today I was so tired I slept until like 2 in the afternoon. Jody wasn't complaining. I got up, I came in the living room and I'm still groggy. I came in the living room, she jumped up, gave me a hug and a kiss. I said, baby, how are you? Are you doing okay? I sat with her and we acted silly for a good hour.
Mm-hmm.
She knows my energy, at least for now, still comes in spurts. So I'll say it again. The greatest gift you can give a black man is your belief in him. Period.
Yeah,
Move more than mountains with that.
yeah,
Move more than mountains with that.
fundamentally so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're told that we're less than, never been enough.
More to the point, we've been shown that
Yeah,
for years at a time. We've been shown that.
decades.
Mm-hmm. Why don't you do it this way? Why don't you do it that way? Why don't you just believe in what I'm doing? I mean, since I've been married to Jody, there have been points where we talk business and she's allowed me to bang my head on the ground, but then she'll pick me up and say, let me show you something different. Sure I've made mistakes, but dang on it, she's beyond plus. That's all I can say.
Speaking of which, I like to salute all everybody with this one.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
Bingo. There it is.
Go beyond plus ultra. Like that's all the men actually told the women.
Mm-hmm.
Believe in me. Believe in me.
Hell, sometimes when I utter different calls that I've heard over the years around the house,
Oh yeah, I made the playoffs. Yay, made the playoffs.
cool.
It's
Jody
fun.
Jody jokes with me so much whenever I utter a call out loud, but she knows that's my passion. It's just having that little thing. Just having her like since she's been in the booth with me. She's done basketball with me. She knows, man. When you find that, when you find the woman that is you, nothing else really freaking matters.
Yeah, I guess I'm playing some guy's Super Bowl. Ah, playing in the Super Bowl. Hey.
Who's your opponent?
Um, some guy. He got like a Nike uniform shirt because you can just.
Ah,
And he's running it back.
and
I want.
I will tell you right now, man, the defensive player of the year is in San Francisco.
It's not Boza, huh? Which one is it?
Nick Bosa.
Oh, Bosa. Damn, I haven't been catching San Francisco games. He been rocking out like that.
17 and a half sacks.
God damn, what's the record for the season?
They're 11-4. They have won 8 in a row.
And what's the record for the sacks for a season?
22 and a half.
What's that? That's
Strahan.
Strahan's record.
Yep. Michael Strahan.
Is he able to break it or match it?
I don't know if he'll either match or break it because they play Las Vegas Sunday and then they finish up at home against Arizona. So I don't know if he'll break 20, but he's got
Snowman, you know good and well we cannot use that sack record. We cannot use that sack record because there was two others before those guys who was demolishing defenses and they wouldn't even count their sacks. Joe Klecko and Al Baker for two.
Well, the guy who holds the record for sacks in a season is Strahan. Statistically, he holds the record.
That's I consider that unofficial because if you unofficially didn't want to count all the sacks that those other guys had before them in a season, then he shouldn't count me. No, we're not going to give the modern day guy credit and diss those guys who came before who actually earned it. in a 14 game season at that.
Are you yelling at me, A.L. Evans?
What?
When it comes to sports, I just can't let these modern day
No.
fools get accolades that they
And
don't
I
really
do not
have.
blame you. I do not blame you. You know who one of my first defensive heroes was? Lawrence Taylor.
Mm.
One of my first defensive heroes was Lawrence Taylor.
A legit crazy Buffalo, man.
Yep.
No man, I want you to go do some research on Joe Klecko. This dude who they still denied a Hall of Fame bust had made he made All Pro in three different positions on the defensive line, and averaged what 79, 80. He averaged what 24 and a half sacks. Man, come on. All Lawrence did is rush off the edge. He did not dominate nowhere else on that defense. Hell, I can name five other better pass rushers than Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor was just in New York. That's why everybody knows who Lawrence Taylor's name is. Hell, Wilbur Marshall was a better pass rusher than Lawrence Taylor.
Until he got injured. But I'll give you Wilbur Marshall. I will give you Wilbur Marshall.
Richard Dent,
Oh,
Al
I'll,
Wilson. I can keep
Wilbur
going.
Marshall. I,
Reggie White,
Reggie White.
Jerome Brown. I can keep going.
Well, Reggie Wright was a freak of nature, man.
Harvey Martin.
Oh man, Harvey Martin. Oh Lord, Harvey Martin. One of only two players to ever share the Super Bowl MVP, and he shared it with Randy White. The only time, and
Man, sir.
I want to think it was Super Bowl 12. Correct me if I'm wrong, AL. I want to say Super Bowl 12
It
or
was down in New Orleans against the Denver
against the
Broncos in
Broncos.
the original Orange Crush defense.
Yep. Though that's the only time the Super Bowl MVP award has been shared. Why isn't Joe Klecko in the Hall of Fame? Because I remember number 73 for the Jets. And he was a menace. And that's being nice about it. Why is he not in the Hall of Fame? It's stupid to me that Joe Klecko's not in the Hall of Fame.
Mm.
Joe Klecko not in the Hall. That's stupid to me. He should already be in. I got a few players that should already be in the Hall of Fame, but I'll save those for a discussion right around Super Bowl time, since that's when they're going to announce when the who the candidates are that will be inducted.
Mm.
But y'all already know one person I'm going to continue to argue for,
Who's
and
that?
is Roger Craig.
Mm. He's not in.
Oh yeah, we'll never go give up on that one. He should have been in the Hall of Fame.
He should have been in the Hall of Fame the moment he retired. He should have been in the Hall of Fame the moment he retired.
That offense with that San Francisco 49er offense would have not moved a muscle without Roger Craig.
Without Roger Craig. And another player on that offense that wouldn't have moved without. Well, you got Jerry Rice, you got Joe Montana, mentioned Roger Craig.
You talking about John Taylor on the
Yes,
other side?
I am talking about John Taylor.
Oh yeah, I just seen a highlight film, a little highlight reel on TikTok the other day where he caught a slant route and was gone. And guess who tried to come suck him up and couldn't even catch him? And I was tripping. I'm like, Dion, you couldn't catch him? Dion tried. He put on the afterburner to try to go get him. He got to about the 5-yard line and called himself trying to dive. I'm like, fool! If you would have kept running, you would have had him. But he was he angled and like, I got to try.
And that play was 1991. It was in Atlanta. 49ers were playing Atlanta. It was a 2nd and 9. Jerry Rice got injured on the play before, so Sanjay Beach replaced him. Young rolled out to his left and unloaded it.
He threw it back against the grain to Rice.
Yes.
I mean to Taylor.
He threw it against the grain to John Taylor, and Dion slowed down because he didn't think Taylor would get to it. He didn't think Taylor would catch it. And there were two other Falcons in the area.
Yeah,
Tell
and
you
then
all to
Dion's
turn
defense,
on
he
that.
was in
Man, tell you
Dion's
to pump
defense, he
that and
was
turn on the afterburners.
in Dion's defense, he was not guarding John Taylor on that play. He had the other receiver, so he had to come all the way across the field
Right,
to try to catch him, and he damn near caught him. I'm
right.
like, this little skinny motherfucker who never stretches, he was really fucking fast.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I got 3 sacks already with Howie Long. What the?
Nice. I
I
remember
told you
that
quit
game.
playing on this.
I remember that game in '91, and I remember Jim Nance was on the television call for CBS. Him and who else was with him? I think it was Hank Stram who was on the call with him. I have that play in my memory bank, and I have that play on my computer. I'll never forget it. And that was their only points of the game. Frisco lost that game 17-7.
Hmm.
That was their only point. That was their only points of the game.
Trust me, that was a real loss because they really lost to Atlanta
They
back
really,
then.
yeah. That was when Atlanta was in the NFC West, and they really lost to the Falcons. Let alone really get swept by the Falcons. 91, Atlanta swept San Francisco. The next 3 years, couldn't
That
touch.
was the stupidest. That was the stupidest alignment in NFL history. You had Los Angeles Rams, San Francisco 49ers, New Orleans Saints, and Atlanta Falcons in the NFC West, and two of those teams was in the South. I'm
Yeah,
like, come on, man.
yeah, yeah. The Rams, Atlanta, Frisco, and New Orleans were in the NFC West.
Yep,
The St. Louis Cardinals, aka the Arizona Cardinals, were in the NFC East for the longest
yep,
time. Then they moved to
yep,
the West.
yep.
The old NFC East. Let me get this right. Cowboys, the Redskins,
Cowboys, Giants,
the Eagles,
Philadelphia,
Giants,
and
and the
and
Cardinals.
and, the Cardinals.
Yep. Cowboys, Giants, Eagles, Redskins, and Cardinals were all in the NFC East. The NFC Central was the Bears, the Buccaneers, the Lions, the Vikings, and
That
the
was it.
Packers.
Yeah, and the Packers.
And the
Right.
Packers.
Said the
Just
fudge.
for say again.
You said you said fudge Packers. What?
Yeah, Fudge Packers. And I hope they get obliterated on Sunday.
Boy, do you think it's time for your boy to retire?
Should have retired 3 years ago. I hope they get fucking obliterated by the Minnesota Vikings. And I'm gonna purposely listen to Paul Allen's call on Sunday night or Sunday afternoon for that game.
Hmm.
The Sunday night game is Pittsburgh and the Ravens,
Yeah.
and the Ravens are favored by 2.5. This is a chance for the Ravens, the Baltimore Ravens, and I said this earlier, have one job on Sunday night: give Mike Tomlin a losing season.
Yep.
Now, why would you say something like that? We don't have that many black head coaches in the NFL right now. We need to keep Mike Tomlin in the league.
But fuck Steelers. I mean, you
Mike
could
Tomlin
leave
needs
the
to
fuck.
go. Mike Tomlin has not had a good team in, and I'm not counting the 2020 season. Strange things happened then. Well, I don't even blame. I can't even blame. Partially, I can blame Mike Tomlin. The other part, I can blame the Steelers management because they're not giving Tomlin the right players to play with. Damn it!
No, Pittsburgh has got away from Pittsburgh Steelers football. Pittsburgh Steelers football was run game first, solid defense, and pass game third. When Pittsburgh decided we got Ben Roethlisberger, we want to throw him every down. That's when I said, "Fuck Pittsburgh." They quit. They gave up on the run game.
Mm-hmm. And it took him too long to retire Franco Harris's number. Here's two other numbers that should be retired by the Steelers, and they haven't been yet. The numbers are 88 and 82 in honor of Lynn Swan and John Stallworth, and they haven't retired those numbers yet.
Pittsburgh was known for their defense, not their offense. Offense was secondary.
F. Holiday says, if I knew this much about the history of the NFL, I'd be at every sports trivia night bringing smoke to every bar. I can't remember that much. Hey, F. Holiday, I just turned 50, and there's some stuff that I should know, but don't because I forgot it. Matter of fact, my friend Chris Bass, who's on with me every Friday morning, calls me Rain Man because of all the stuff I can recall. Yeah, he calls me Rain Man. I I try to do him honor with that. And I'll leave y'all this before I get out of here. This is how I got the nickname Rain Man from Chris Bass. We were working together in 2006 at PSI Radio in Chicago. And the subject came up of Super Bowl records. And one of the guys had said aloud to us, no one's ever thrown for 400 yards in the Super Bowl. And Bass looked at me, looked back at the guy and said, he said, you're right. No one's ever thrown for 400 in the Super Bowl. I said, wrong answer. Kurt Warner threw for 400 in the Super Bowl. And Bass looked at me and said, what? I said, yeah, 29 of 45, 414 yards, 2 touchdowns.
In a loss. In a
No,
loss.
the Rams won. Rams won that.
When they beat the Titans.
They beat the Titans.
I thought he threw that 400-yard game against the New England.
No.
Because think about it, Snowman. For you to have to throw 400 yards worth of passes, your team is trailing. They never have you seen a winning team with that much passing yards. They don't need it because why? You got a mixture of run and pass working for you. They're giving you the points and the yards you need. Most quarterbacks who have to throw for damn near 300-400 yard passing back in the day, their team was trailing and they just abandoned the run game.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it was New England. I don't think
there were a couple of 300-yard passers. There were a couple of 300-yard passers who trailed late in the Super Bowl but wound up winning it. One of them's Montana. He trailed.
Which Super Bowl was it?
23. He trailed 16-13 to Cincinnati, and then he took him down the field and hit John Taylor with the game winner. And
you talking about the second 49er Bengal Super Bowl?
Yeah, second 49er Bengal game, Super Bowl 23. And at that time, before Kurt Warner broke the record, Montana held the record for most passing yards in a game. In Super Bowl, he said it in Super Bowl 23 when he had 357. But Jerry Rice was the MVP because he caught 11 for 215 and 2 touchdowns. Now, the number of catches in a Super Bowl game has since been broken, and I think it's been broken twice. But no one else has ever caught a 200-yard Super Bowl game.
I'm trying to remember how many yards Dan Marino threw for in the Super Bowl with him in the 49ers.
318.
318?
Okay. Marino threw for 3. It was Super Bowl 19. Marino threw for, I want to say 308. But Montana threw for 331. And the 49ers won that game 38-16.
I blame Shula for that loss. Shula used to be known for, I'm a pound you, then throw second. He finally got him a rocket of a quarterback and decided, I'm going to just throw all day. How did you win the 2 Super Bowls that you won, Don Shula? You ran the ball.
Well, he, like you said, he would pound you with the run, but then the Dolphins got pounded beginning in the second quarter of that game. Beginning in the second quarter of that game, they got pounded by the run.
Who? You talking about the Niners? When that was Roger Craig
that was Roger Craig's first Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was Roger Craig and Wendell Tyler.
Roger Craig and Wendell Tyler.
And I went back and looked at some highlights on Wendell. I'm like, shit, Wendell was fucking good, dude. I'm talking about good. Because he was
good with the Rams.
I was like, no, he was good with both teams, the Rams and the Niners, because I was like, when I first got a glimpse of Winter Towel, I was like, why is Roger Craig blocking for this dude? I'm like, Roger Craig is a running back too.
Well, Roger Craig, when he was at Nebraska, was actually started as a fullback.
No, sir. No, sir. I'm gonna stop you dead right there. He played tailback and split time with Mike Rozier. No, the fullback they had at the time was matter of fact, Rathman was
Hold
on
up,
the
that
team,
phone.
and he was a third team fullback. They had Ira Franklin, who actually went to the
Look, you can
Dolphins.
connect to both phones at the same time.
I mean,
So, yeah,
they had no Andre Franklin
wait a minute.
because he spelled Andre different, like you said.
Nah, I won't
Andre
disconnect.
Franklin, and they had another fullback. Then they had Rathman because actually Craig and Rozier was
Just
splitting
interrupt
time.
it and go right to it.
Hmm.
That's
Yeah,
what
That's
Chief
what you say.
was.
Roger
So you can be a
Craig
pain in
was
the
a
butt
fullback.
sometimes.
Roger Craig was a fullback at Nebraska, but then when he got to the NFL, he was also a fullback until um, they drafted Tom Rathman. Then Tom Rathman became the fullback, and Roger Craig was the tailback.
See
They, they had
that's an what do
him
you
as
call
fullback.
it in that situation, no man. Because I'm telling you, I literally went back from '79 to '83 and was looking at the Nebraska game film, and your boy Craig was splitting time. Martin, trust what I'm saying. He was splitting time with Rozier at tailback. He was
Yeah.
not playing fullback. He was, but when he got drafted, your boy Bill Walsh drafted him as a fullback on purpose. He was never a fullback. He was a running back, an eye back, and he wore 22. Trust me. Your boy Bill Walsh did that on purpose to keep people from trying to get at him because he snuck around and drafted him in the third or fourth round. They undervalued that boy. I'm telling you, so they could get him because then when they got him, he said, "Okay, I'm gonna move you to fullback because I know you can move like a running back." But then guess what? I know you a running back who could catch, even though you didn't catch the ball no more than 6 times at Nebraska. And he turned him into a receiving running back and he wanted a fast two split backfield. That's what he was going for. He didn't think about it. Roger Craig never had a fullback's body. He had a tailback body.
Hmm.
And the biggest Roger Craig ever got up to, he said was he got up to 230 to play fullback. But when he came out of Nebraska, he was playing at 220. He had to bulk up 10 pounds. And then when they got Raffman, he had to drop 10 pounds to go to the halfback spot. But
Yeah,
he was a
because when
tailback
he
to begin
because
with.
when he was with the 49ers and he dropped to the halfback spot, he went from 220 down to 214.
Yeah, that was a guy whose career, if you look at it 2020 hindsight, I mean he played above his weight
Hmm.
every play,
Yeah,
every
he
play.
did. He did. Yeah, but Roger Craig should be in the Hall of Fame right now. And a quick
Here's a
correction:
question.
he
Here's
didn't
a
he didn't
question.
wear 22 at Nebraska. He wore 21.
Here's a question.
Yes.
Yeah, 4th and 2 Super Bowl win. What running back are you going to use?
What are the choices?
Bo Jackson. Um,
No. I'm not going to let you use Bo Jackson because Bo Jackson has never played in a Super Bowl, never
I'm
even
saying
sniffed a Super Bowl.
if you had one.
What are the other choices?
Why does everybody go to Bo when Bo was not the ultimate power running back? You have to put
Cur-
Earl Campbell
Earl,
way above him in that category.
Earl Campbell, Beast Mode, Jamal Lewis.
How dare you not even mention Eric Dickerson? How dare you?
I was about to get there, motherfuckers.
And then you just threw in Jai Lewis because you're a Ravens fan, man. Come on,
Did
man.
he win a
No good
Super Bowl?
team
Did he
after that.
win?
It was no consistency to him. None.
So
He
it's
was a
fourth
one
and
season
two.
wonder.
So it's fourth and two. And
I'm
there's
giving the ball to Earl. I'm giving the ball to Earl. Have you seen what Earl Campbell did to Jack Tatum to get a touchdown for less than 2 yards? And if he could take that hit from Jack Tatum, he could take that hit from anybody. And Jack Tatum was an assassin. There's nobody else I'm taking other than Earl for 2 yards. 5'11", 235 pounds, 46-inch thighs. Who else you go pick? And he ran a 4.3.
I have a choice, but I'm not going to say it here.
Yeah, I want you to say it. No, go on and say it because you done started this shit.
Actually, you started it by yelling at me.
Okay. It's not yelling. It's just base inflicted.
I know. I'm picking at you. I know. And I'm picking at you now because I haven't had a chance to pick at you when you being in the chat in the morning show because I know you've been busy. So
Well, go on and say it. I really need to know who Snowman go pick for 4th and 2, goddamn.
I'll say it tomorrow.
He's trying to make me stay up just to get on the damn show.
Goddamn right, I'm making you wait for this.
Oh, blood.
Let me get on the bed, gentlemen.
Shout out to Big Kev, man.
Hey, shout out to Big Kev. Jamal Lewis had 8 straight 1,000-yard seasons.
Hey, you don't shit on Jamal Lewis, man. It took a whole fucking team to tackle that motherfucker. Especially when he ran that damn near 300-yard game
against the Cleveland Browns.
Hey,
against the Cleveland Browns, he ran for 295 in the opening game of the. Was that 2001? Was that 2001?
I think no, that was either.
That was 2003. I say that was 2003, where he had his 2,000-yard season and he ran for 295. Here's a trivia question for you: who broke that record?
That was Adrian Peterson.
Wrong.
Who?
Wait a minute. You're right. It was Adrian Peterson. 296.
And who had it before Adrian Peterson? I bet y'all don't know that one.
Jamal Lewis. 295.
Okay. How long did it stand before that got broke?
Name all the people who had
Corey Dillon. Corey Dillon held it for damn near a decade and a half, and he took it from Walter Payton.
He ran for 278 in his record-breaking game.
Yeah, and he took that record from Walter Payton.
Matter of fact, name all the guys who had 2,000-yard seasons.
Okay. O.J. Simpson.
Adrian Peterson. Barry Sanders, Eric Dickerson, O.J. Simpson, Chris Johnson, Terrell Davis, Jamal Lewis, Derrick Henry, Sean Alexander, and Thomas Jones.
Okay.
Hold on. When did Thomas Jones get 2,000 yards?
Wow.
When did Thomas Jones get 2,000 yards?
My man said he picking Nick Chubb. Long live the.
Actually, that is wrong. Let me try my list again. O.J. Dickerson.
You have to do it in order, though, Snowman. You jumping over. First is O.J., then is Eric Dickerson, then is Barry Sanders,
Davis, Jamal Lewis,
Chris Johnson,
Adrian Peterson, and Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry. No, we forgot Chris. We forgot Chris Johnson. Oh,
I mentioned Chris Johnson, 2009. 2009.
Yeah. All of them come close to the king of the hill, but ain't none of them got broken 2-9 yet. Ain't none of them go ever be broken 2,105 yards to be exact.
1984.
Yep, that's my guy.
1984.
And he was robbed of the Heisman.
Too bad Eric Dickerson never got to a Super Bowl. That's what.
No, screw that. I'm still pissed he was robbed of the Heisman. Period.
He was robbed of a what?
of the Heisman.
The Heisman.
Yeah.
You're right there. You're right. 1982, I think.
How
I
the
want to
fuck?
say 80. It was either 82 or 83.
82, 83 seasons. No, it was 82 seasons because, matter of fact, 83, Mike Rozier won the Heisman. And the person who he should have got the Heisman over was Herschel Walker. And Herschel Walker was trash versus him in the numbers category. If you look at that season and look at those numbers, and my boy had to do it with sharing time with sorry ass Craig James. And what people don't realize is if you look at the numbers, even Herschel Walker's numbers didn't even equate to the number 2 all-time leading rusher in the Southwest Conference, who Eric Dickerson broke the record to get, and that was Earl Campbell. And if Earl got the Heisman with the numbers he had, and Eric Dickerson broke that record that stood from 77, 78 all the way to he graduated. Eric graduated in 82, 83. Right. Eric should have got the Heisman. Period.
Who got the Heisman? But here's my trivia question: who got the Heisman in '83?
Mike Rozier.
Mike Rozier.
Yes.
Mike Rozier.
And the only reason he got it, who were we talking about that left and went to Frisco? He was splitting time with that guy.
Yep.
At the
here's a question for y'all. Here's a college football question for you. Who's the only player to win the Heisman twice?
Ohio State, Archie Griffin, number 45.
Griffin. Absolutely. Archie Griffin.
And you know what? Since you said that, I'm going to be honest and I'm going to say it like this. He shouldn't have been a 2-time Heisman Trophy winner. No. Because if you think about how they hyped him up, he picked up 2 Heisman back to back, and you look at his NFL career, trash, bust. Mm-hmm. Now, you know who should have got that 2-time Heisman Trophy trivia question, who didn't get it, and he got it in 78, but lost it in 79 to Charles White at USC. The 78 winner should have won 78, 79, and that was Billy Sims.
Billy Sims.
Hey, AL, I'm not even going to lie. If I'm ever on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and it's a football question, I'm calling you, buddy.
You can call me Usmo Man.
I ain't gonna lie, man.
All right, try this one.
What's good, everybody?
Here you go. Who won the Heisman in 1984?
Ooh,
I got you, and I can't stand the fact that he won the Heisman. He won 22, and he was the shortest quarterback that ever lived.
You got him.
God dang, AL.
Nick Flutie. Yep.
Flutie.
You know the play that got him. You know the play that got him.
I'm gonna tell you how he won that sorry ass Heisman. Think about it. He beat the most potent, high power, talk shit ass team that ever lived. Yep. The Miami Hurricanes.
He beat Miami in
Miami with a Hail Mary
the day after Thanksgiving in 1984 with a Hail Mary.
I watched that game. I was so
Brian.
Or as they like to call it, Hail Flutie.
Some of that too. I want to keep some of this.
Hey, what's good, everybody?
What's good, man?
Hey, what's good?
I'm good. How y'all doing? First of all, since Brian is so good at these stats and everything, in the words of his good friend Chris Bass, you know what? You Rain Man. You are Rain Man.
That's
well. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
This kind of trivia is how I got this. This kind of trivia is how I got the name Rain Man.
Oh, really?
That's how I got the name. That's how I got the nickname Rain Man.
Secondly,
hey,
I'm
outlaw.
Hey, Snowman. Guess how much I lost the Super Bowl by?
Say again, Charles.
Guess how much I lost the Super Bowl by?
Oh no.
You never won one anyway. Technically, the one you got you stole.
Oh shit! Look
what was the final score?
We're talking Cleveland couldn't even win their own draws.
What was the final score, Charles?
I want you to guess what the score is.
Now?
17-13.
Nope.
Up or down?
Down.
Down?
It was 14-15.
15-14.
I was
gonna say 14-13. That was
okay.
Yes.
No man. Trivia question for you. College football Heisman Trophy. Who was Wisconsin's first Heisman Trophy winner? And I'm gonna give you a hint. He played for the Baltimore Colts.
I'm sorry. What?
Who
Johnny,
was
wait,
no
isn't
no
it?
hold on, Namer. Hold on,
Okay.
Namer.
Let me
Let
hear the
me
question again.
pose the question for him again.
All right.
Heisman Trophy winner, the first Heisman Trophy winner for the University of Wisconsin. Who was
University
it?
of Wisconsin. Alan Amici.
Bingo.
And he
And,
helped the
and,
Baltimore
and,
Colts
what,
beat the New
and
York Giants.
what else was Alan Amici known for? The
The
first
Colts of the world.
televised,
The
the,
Colts of
the
the world
first
champions
televised World Championship football game against the New York
against the
Giants.
New York Giants.
Last second, he scored a 2 yard off tackle to the left
Yep.
touchdown.
Unitas gives to Amici. The Colts of the world champions is the exact call.
And this goes out to Charles. Charles, you don't have two Super Bowls in your city. You got three. You
Yep.
never want to count Baltimore. The
Never.
team, the
Not
team
not
he
only
walked out and left.
not only that, we also have, man, we have a lot of championships when it comes to football. We even have like what, two or three for the Canadian Football League. Shit.
Baltimore Stallions.
Yeah.
Baltimore Stallions. And the last one they beat. Doggone it. Let me get this right. I want to say they beat the Calgary Stampeders in 1995.
Yeah. We have a lot of championships in football,
I
man.
want to say I want to say they beat the
Wait,
Calgary
wait,
Stampeders
wait, wait, wait a minute. You
because
mean to
Gus
tell
Johnson
me?
called that game.
You, wait a minute. You mean to tell me the city of Cleveland had a Canadian football team in the United States who played CFL football?
Yeah,
You
Baltimore.
had four teams that played in the CFL in the United States, as a matter of fact.
Name them all, please. 'Cause this is something I don't know that I need to know. Please name all four teams.
You had Las Vegas, you had Baltimore, you had Sacramento. Um, shucks, because I watched them all. I watched them all because they would televise it. They would televise it on a weekly basis, and ABC would pick up the games.
This had to be some regional shit. 'Cause
Let me think. Let me think. The first team was the Sacramento Gold Miners. That was in 1993.
so
Then
you
they
talking about
had the Baltimore Stallions, who, as mentioned, they were the only American-based CFL team to win the Grey Cup. That was 1995.
Did they
Uh,
repeat?
say it again.
Didn't they repeat?
No, because in '96,
No, 96. No, they won 96. The Ravens came.
yeah, the Ravens came in '96. They, and matter of fact, there were only two. I inadvertently said four. That's incorrect. There were only two teams in the CFL that played on American soil because after '95, the CFL went back to being exclusively Canadian in '96, and also in '96. That's when Cleveland came to Baltimore and became the Baltimore Ravens.
see, Charles, how does that really make you feel knowing that your team is really
Not,
Judge's
not, not,
team?
not, 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 not,
Your
not,
team is really Judge's team. And with that being said,
not.
Judge and Cleveland got two Super Bowls.
No, they don't because
Yes, they
they
do.
got their
Yes,
team
they
back.
do. Yes,
They
they
got
do.
their team
Think
back.
about it.
They got
Charles,
their
think
team back.
about it.
They kept
You
their
have
legacy.
the original Cleveland Brown organization in Baltimore.
Guess what? They got their legacy. They kept their legacy just like this. If you want to count that bullshit, then Baltimore, how many fucking Super Bowls and World Championships we have with the Colts?
I gave you your props on there earlier. I said you actually got three Super Bowls under your belt, two
And
with
how
the
many
Ravens and
and
one with the Colts.
how many world championships in total?
Three. I mean, world champion. Well, okay, I forgot the. Yeah, well, four. You got four because you got one world championship with the Baltimore Colts. One.
Here
So
are the let me give this to AL. Here are all of the teams that played in the CFL, even the ones that were moving around. Um, The only one that stayed put was the Baltimore Stallions. The only two that stayed put were the Baltimore Stallions and the Sacramento Gold Miners. The teams that came in but were moving around, the Shreveport Pirates, the Las Vegas Posse, the Memphis Mad Dogs, the Birmingham Barracudas, and the San Antonio Texans. Those are all the CFL teams that played on U.S. soil.
I don't even remember the San Antonio Stallions at all. Now I remember the San Antonio Gunslingers, uh, uh, gunsling, uh, gunslingers, and that was when they were in USFL
Do
because you
y'all
had the Houston
wait?
Gamblers in
Speaking
Houston.
of which, do y'all remember the World League of American Football
I
I've
do.
heard of one team from that. I know I've heard of one team from that.
and that
They were
team
called
is?
the San Antonio Riders, and the reason I know about that team is because a former WWE alumnus or Hall of Famer used to play offensive line for that. He came out of Adelaide Christian,
Mm-hmm.
named John Layfield, aka
Bradshaw.
JBL
Bradshaw.
Reg.
Bradshaw.
Yeah,
You know who my favorite team was when they
I saw his
premiered?
player card too.
You know who my favorite team was in the
So,
World League when they premiered?
uh-huh.
For some reason, I fell in love with the London Monarchs.
Wouldn't that be the same team who would be in the NFL Europe?
Yeah, that was in the fair
Yeah,
Europe he's talking about.
yeah,
Yeah.
they were the same team when NFL Europe was formed, but
Mhm.
the only thing they changed, instead of the London Monarchs, they became the England Monarchs. But when it
Uh-huh.
was just the World League of American Football, when they were independent, I
Uh-huh.
fell in love with the London Monarchs. I drew their helmet, I drew their logo, and I had it all in my room.
That's beautiful. That reminds me, I gotta change my avatar. So how's everybody doing this evening anyway?
One of my other favorite teams that I loved in that league was the Barcelona Dragons.
I
I
knew you were gonna say
Yeah,
that.
that's another team who was in the NFL Europe because if I'm not mistaken, it was either that team or another team. No, I think it was a Frankfurt Galaxy. That's who Kurt Warner was a member of.
Frankfurt Galaxy, yes.
Yeah, Frankfurt Galaxy because there was a bunch of teams in Germany. There was also
It was a Frankfurt Galaxy. There were the London Monarchs. There was
Glasgow
the
Claymore,
Scottish Claymores. There was the
Claymore,
Rhine Fire.
Rhine Fire. Yeah, that was one of them.
There
That
was
was the German
there was
team.
the Amsterdam Admirals.
Yep.
Yes, Amsterdam Emeralds. That was what I think that was the one that Kurt Warner was a part of.
And there were two other teams. There were the Hamburg Sea Devils and the Cologne Centurions.
And
Oh
do you
wow.
know every team you just named that was across that pond, it during that time played better football than the
Much,
Americans did
much
when
better.
they traveled. I'm like, how this is our game, this is our league, but everywhere across the pond they play a better football than y'all are stateside in
It's,
Because they
that
were
it's,
league.
hungry
it's
or
not,
motivated. I'm sorry, as you guys were saying?
I'm looking up the helmets right now because I think I'm going to put a backdrop together with the helmets. I'll have to go team by team then. All right, y'all. Let me crash because I got to do my picks in the morning or later this
Um,
morning. But let me shout F Holiday out again, who dropped the Cash App, and if y'all can drop Cash App and um, help us get the heck up out of here and get our lives restarted, that would be a blessing, and that would be absolutely great. So I'll make sure I drop it in the chat before I go to bed. But let me say goodnight. Let
Good
me say
night.
to Charles, thank you to AL. Love the sports talk with you, brother, and to Mel Logic and to everyone. Thanks, you guys. I love you. I'll check you out.
Love you.
Yeah, yeah, Charles. You gonna have to share a couple of them championships with your boy Judge.
I mean, they got what's the running back?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Not like we took it's not like we took whatchamacallit.
Mm.
Good
Yeah.
cool. What you
Uh,
Yeah.
call it? Candy boy.
what's the running back for the Browns? They didn't take none of the glory from the Browns. None of them.
Hey, I came in kind of late, so can y'all explain to me the title of this chat, of this live stream thing for me? What's the deal?
No. The title of
Ask
the chat basically means like this. This is one of the things I said. I was telling everybody. I said, well, in 2023, you better realize is this. It's not going to be the fact of this. It's going to be like the Tory Lanez case and the Andrew Tate. That's going to become the
Uh,
norm because it's going
okay,
to be.
let's get a
This is
couple.
going to be the year of the liar. Year of the liar.
Okay, let's get a couple things straight here. First of all, Tate, like I said before, when we were chopping up with a couple cats, is not who you guys think he is.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he does dirt.
No, I
You can
mean
tell.
this motherfucker, made his fortune through scams and shit. A lot of people don't know that. Yes, he's an accomplished martial artist, but to an extent. But he made most of him and his brother. They made their fortune in Romania initially through a webcam service, and everybody's wondering, where this nigga's receipts regarding, his Hustle University. A couple of researchers looked into it and they realized that shit's a pyramid scheme.
Oh, I
Uh,
wouldn't be surprised.
let me tell you some brand new news about business. Most
I,
of the
Not all of it. Most of
most
it is.
companies are scams.
huh?
Right.
Most companies that start businesses are scams.
Oh, our
True.
scams.
Oh, by the way, I can't hear you because I don't know, Dre's kind of drawing me out half the time.
I don't hear. No, I hear somebody.
No, can you mute up? Because if you're gonna be
Most
working all that
that
clanking, I can't hear what Charles saying with you clanking and shit.
most companies that are started are scams.
Ah, fair point.
So I have no. I'm like, look, it's either they started their business from scams or they started their business from slavery. That's pretty much.
I got a question. I'm not clinking, so is it maybe my headphones are clinking, but I'm not clinking.
No, I'm hearing you working, dude. Unless your shit got
I'm
noise cancellation, I'm
no, I
hearing,
don't hear. I hear. I'm not even using any tools. I'm not doing anything. I'm standing here
Uh,
like
oh, okay.
just the
that's
echo.
why I said.
Oh, okay.
I
My
hear
bad.
like clacking, like somebody's like I hear some. I hear background noise, like somebody's playing a game or something. Cause my
Hell, what are you playing? You playing Madden?
No, I'm not. I've been doing golf lately. But
Oh, Tiger Woods?
Charles forgot the third one, the Ponzi scheme, the pyramid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's like Bernie Madoff and shit. And I just, like I said, because I remember watching an interview of him. And hey, Al, can I ask you a question? As the most senior member of this panel.
Sure. And don't be dating me. Shit,
No, it's not that. It's not that.
no, but
It's not that.
I think Cleveland's older than me.
Okay. Anyway, my question is this: is it wrong for a man to have a gut feeling about certain things?
That's called instinct. That's what keeps you alive. You better have a gut
Yes.
feeling.
Yes. Because I don't know for what and it's not to mention my own history of mental illness and shit. I just watched this dude, and if you ever see this guy, this individual, especially when he has conversational interviews, and he's not wearing his sunglasses, and you just reading his face and everything, and look into his eyes, you realize something's up. And something in my gut was telling me, this dude is not what you think he is. Something weird about this dude.
I'm gonna tell you what's crazy. It's that
Hmm?
I noticed there's a certain witch hunt, whether if you agree to people or not.
Hmm.
And I leave whoever you want to listen to. I leave that to everybody's discretion.
Fair enough.
Even when people listen to a Mary, I leave it
Hmm.
to discretion because some people don't want to hear the truth. I mean, why do you think Derek Jackson was a millionaire?
Because he catered to a lot of he catered to a certain group and told them what they want to hear.
Not catered, he pandered.
Huh? He what?
Derrick Jackson never catered. He only pandered.
Yeah, sorry, that too. Pandered. My mistake.
He's a pander African.
He's- but yeah, he pandered. Um, Tate's thing was just to, get people to buy into his hustle thing. I mean, there's a YouTube link I can hook y'all up with. You guys can see what I'm talking about. It's from a YouTube channel called The Psychology of the Fight.
hmm I
I'm gonna
mean,
go get I'm gonna go get it. So I'll put it in the back chat for you guys to check out.
it's funny because when it comes to when it comes to a lot of Tate and a lot of the issues, I'm like,
Has he been extradited? So where's the warrant coming from? First of all, that's what I want to know.
Armenia, from where all the vampires are from.
Well, yeah, because he does. Well, he has a warrant out there because remember, his house was raided by a task force that's responsible for financial crimes and anti-terrorism shit, and they did it at the behest of the U.S. Embassy. I understand, although I could be wrong.
Like,
So he's been busted for financial fraud. That's why he relocated to UAE.
oh my God, do y'all remember the show Thea? Oh my God,
The show what?
Thea.
Yes, I
I,
remember.
Oh
She's a
my,
Houston-based comedian who made it big in the late '90s,
yep.
early '90s.
And she had
And,
the little, that was Brandy's show she was on.
and if you ever seen her live comedy show, you talking about one raunchy ass.
Oh yeah, you gotta think. For most female comedians to be funny, they gotta be raunchy. They can't really just tell jokes. It's very rare you have a legitimately funny female, like somebody who can make you laugh from their intellect.
I know one, and she's kind of on the side of the weight that you don't like, Charles. Her name is Takara Williams. She's actually a funny comedian who doesn't use all that raunchy shit.
Yeah, most of them are rather raunchy, and it's sad because when you this motherfucker. I'm just looking at this
excuse me.
video. You bring your own spotter, but
Well, it does make sense to bring your own spotter,
oh yeah,
especially.
he know when he brought his own spotter, he actually brought his spotter in a bag. And
Really,
it's you look at a lot of female comedians, they got to be raunchy. It's not like like if you listen to like a Chris Rock and he makes you think, or like a take you to a story, even like a Dave Chappelle when he like takes you to a story, or no, they got to talk about sucking dick, or getting their pussy ate, or got a side boob a titty, side rub a titty, if you
some of
got
them are also some comics I know of. They're also lesbian, and they bring up a lot of the ridiculous shit about parenthood, being a woman and shit. One I know, she is dealing South African, and she had a bunch of LGBTQ jokes. She also had jokes about her own issues, like self-deprecating because this woman's like 5'3", but she's like morbidly obese when you look at her. She got to be like 230, 240.
or too damn much.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just tell you what's even sadder is like when you had those females, like how many females do you know that are funnier than men?
Very few.
It's people think, well, comedy's so sexist. It's not sexist. It's just the fact that you're not funny. Like it's the one comedian from Baltimore, just hilarious. I'm like, that's such an oxymoronic name because I don't think she's funny at all.
What's her name?
Just hilarious.
I
She
remember a
is
comic
black.
named Simply
black
Marvelous.
she is black as shit.
Yeah, she is.
Shit. You want to talk about raunchy jokes? I remember. If anybody remembers Def Comedy like I do, Def Comedy Jam. What's the name? Sherry Underwood, is
Oh
it?
no, not Sherry. You thinking about Adele Gibbons?
Dale
She's
Gibbons.
No,
such
not
a
Adele Givens. No, not Adele Givens.
I
The other
fuck.
one, Sherry Underwood.
I fuck.
Sherry Underwood, Hope
Sherry
Flood.
Underwood could not hold a candle to Adele Gibbons in
No,
time.
no, I get you. I get you. I get you, Al. But there was this
Yeah,
one joke I remember by Sherry Underwood when she first came out about being a hoe. She said, like, I am a hoe. Let me tell you something. My legs are so open that my IUD has a tendency to pick up cable channels.
Mm,
Just some shit like that.
mm. Ain't I a fucking lady?
Joking about, she joked about giving just like what jerking off, giving what's the name, Kid Capri a hand job, and she made him just walk away from his turntables and shit, his turntable.
Oh
now,
shit.
now I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Samore, Samore was a good comedian in her time. She could hit you. Yeah, she would go raunchy, but she would also keep it classy. But she knew how to pair her material to a point where it was
Mhm.
so infused that you realize she's a comedian. She can hit you with some punchlines and some jokes that make you think.
What about Adele Givens? What was your what's your take on her?
I put those two in the same light, but but at the end of the day, they were still two female raunchy comics. Period. Point
Yeah,
blank.
that's true.
Adele was raunchy, but she could do a punchline.
Oh, she had some
She was
punchlines.
she was better than most.
That
So
that tic tac joke. Oh, that tic tac joke is still legendary.
Oh, I remember that one. Because remember, she came in looking really professional and everything. Because the whole thing was, ain't
I'm
I a
such a
lady?
no.
ain't
I
a
know
fuck,
it. I'm such a fucking lady.
I'm
She
such a
was such a fucking lady, yeah. And she was just so ladylike about it, about the whole thing. I mean, she talked about like in that when she set up that whole joke about the Tic Tac, it was like she said like he's got small ass feet and he's got what, which is not true. And she said, yeah, I know y'all notice I got big lips. Newsflash, all my lips are big.
mm,
So my big lips, his little dick, that ain't gonna work. That's like giving a whale a Tic Tac, and then you saw the crowd just hoot hollered. There were a lot of people out of their seats, just jumping and everything.
Well, we're
And
gonna
by the
switch
way, folks,
gears. Let's
hand
switch.
size, foot size has nothing to do with dick size.
Look, we're gonna switch gears, and it's not about them. This is a us show, all about
All
me.
right,
You know
all
who
right.
the you know who the hell I can't get enough of in the community lane right about now. Name of Bill Maher. I am so Bill Maher is like he's
shit.
like the new George Carlin to me right now.
Bill Burr is kind of unhinged when you hear him because he
That's
talks
why
about.
that's why I love him. That's why I love him because think about look at his comedy and think about it. He is in that lane of last bastion
Hmm.
alpha male, fully testosterone comics, and his comedy is frustration. He's letting out his frustration on how
Huh?
society has turned bitch made.
This goes to the room. You
Bill
go grab
Burr was
it.
also like that was Patrice O'Neal's boy, by the way.
Yeah,
They all hung out together back in the day.
yeah.
Because they're both from Boston Boston, but they also work together like in New York in the Comedy Cellar. In fact, another guy native Boston, what's his name, Nick DiPaolo, guys like what's his name, Louis C.K. There was Bobby, what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. Big guy, big heavy set guy, bald head now. Him, they were all they him. What's his name? Jim Norton. They were all, they were just gangster about it with their comedy, especially in New York's this one comedy club called the Cellar, and sometimes they would wreck each other. I mean, Kevin Hart was joined the group later on. Ale, you still there?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All
I'm
right.
listening to you.
I'm gonna tell you a story. I'm gonna tell you a story. There's one story that Kevin Hart had. He talked about how one time he was doing when he was started out at the cellar. He's doing his bit. All of a sudden, Patrice just grabbed the dictionary and threw it on stage. And he's looking
Yeah,
at him,
yeah. He
and he's looking
telling me
and saying,
you can find
"Find
better.
some decent words, because you cannot articulate, motherfucker. We have no idea what you're saying." And that was just them just being tough to each other. That's how they got a show like Tough Crowd with Colin Quinn and everything. Oh, Bobby Kelly. That was the dude I was thinking of. Bobby Kelly. All those guys were, they all had some little something wrong with them, but they knew how to use it to like bring out their comedy and shit. So Bill Burr, you're right, one of the baddest motherfuckers on in there. He even has a podcast. I remember when he was on Chappelle's show back when he had a full head of hair.
Yep.
Have you ever seen his animated show F for Family?
No, I haven't.
It's on Netflix. It talks about his own family.
Who? Bill Burr?
Yeah, Bill Burr.
What was the other white comedian that was doing good? But he married the black chick, and she just recently divorced him. And
Oh,
brought
Gary Owen. Gary
man,
Owens.
I'm like, I fuck with Gary tough, but when that situation was going down, I called a year before. I was like, you married a black woman? Oh, she's gonna wreak hell on your ass at the end, and she tried to.
Hell, I remember when he was on Joe Rogan. Bill Burr talked about. He said the best advice I got when it comes to dealing with black women was from Charlie Murphy. And that was simply lock yourself in a bathroom. Make that makes sense. But it is what it is,
You telling me I can't use white privilege?
Nah, black female against a white male in this society. Not to mention the whole PC shit that's been going on since the late '90s, and cancel culture started way before the term even came out. When you think about it.
All you gotta do is beat her.
Yeah. I mean,
Hey, women and penises after you beat it go a lot better. I'm joking.
yeah.
That was kind of funny.
Chappelle is still somebody who I listen to every day. I mean, I still go back and listen to the Bird Revelation every now and then because there was a lot of things he was saying, and back then that flew over a lot of people's heads.
So,
Because like when he talked about the fallout of Me Too and shit, he said, "Listen, I see what you guys doing. You're right. You were right, but you're going about it all wrong." And then when he did Sticks and Stones, he proved he just looked at them and said, "Told you." But there was a lot of things he said in that one, in the Bird Revelation. Like when there was a young man in there who was from Brooklyn, and he talked about how when that guy had to excuse himself for a minute, he explained to the crowd like, "You see that young man walking away? Let me tell you something. As a black man, he's under a lot of pressure you guys can never comprehend." Hell, that's why when he looked at he addressed a white guy in the crowd, he said about the Me Too. He said, "Listen, man, seems like it's all your fault, right? Seems like everybody's blaming you and shit, right? I understand that, but let's not forget, I'm held to a higher level of accountability. Don't forget who I am. Don't forget what I am. A black dude." And that's why Chris Rock talked about, his level of fame being what it is. Because like most people, when they see like Denzel's like nigga, nigga. Oh, Denzel Washington, right? Nigga, nigga, nigga. Oh, that's Dave Chappelle. Nigga, 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 nigga. 100 yards. Nigga, 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 nigga. 50 yards. Nigga, nigga, nigga. 25 yards. Oh, Chris Rock. I'm just over exaggerating, folks, but it is what it is. But he was right to say that. I remember, was it like after Trayvon? Remember, he was like taking pictures of himself being pulled over several times in his own neighborhood. That DWB is no joke.
I like the joke Jay Chappelle did talking about how he likes to run up on the Amish and talk to them. I just pull up on him in my Porsche. Hey, Ezekiel, what's going on?
Who? What do you want with that? Hey,
Hold
man,
on, let me turn down my AC. Yee, get out of here. Yee is trying to tempt us. Who is this Yee motherfucker?
be gone from me. Be gone from me. Will ye be gone from me? Do not try to tempt thy.
Oh,
Amish are a very intriguing bunch. But then again, you also have the Maronites, like a subgroup or a different group or a related group. I remember, was it on Discovery Channel? There was like a reality show based on them because apparently there's some type of mob and some shit like that. I was like, "Eesh." And they speak Dutch among themselves.
okay. Serious question.
All right.
Would Andrew Dice Clay be canceled today?
Oh fuck yeah!
Oh man.
Damn, y'all didn't even give him a chance. Shit.
Well, you got to understand, in AL,
Still be funny
a
though.
lot of these, a lot of these folks, they just can't stand the words I say sometimes. Oh, and I know one person would be first to cancel him, Sam Kinison, because they couldn't stand each other. Kinison and
No,
Clay couldn't
no,
stand each other. They hated each other
no.
bad.
Hey, they can hate
Huh?
each other all they want. Think about it, man. At the end of the day, they're men. And men back then didn't cancel men like that. No.
Oh,
They
right,
might
right, yeah, you're right, you're
they
right, you're
might
right,
have
you're right,
been adversaries, but they would have never canceled each other.
you're right, you're right. I stand corrected because back in the day they were men. You know how much of men they were. It's like what's his name? Marlon Wayans said on Drink Champs. There's no beef in comedy. Either we squash it or we fighting. And there were times where guys would just like tear the green room up. I mean, was it like Paul Rodriguez talked about how one time was it Eddie Murphy and John Witherspoon threw down.
That must have been the funniest fight in recorded history. You will baby kick your ass.
Yeah, boy. I'll kick.
Now
This is before Boomerang, of course. I guess they
You know what?
squashed it and then they had
Nobody
Boomerang.
can do this for him in 35, 45 minutes because I'm gonna beat his ass.
think about it. All our great comedians, from Richard to Eddie to Robin Harris to Bernie Mac, all of our comedians would have been fucking canceled right now in today's society because you can't talk this way or talk that way. Man, I never
Oh,
thought I
Bernie
knew a
talked
day
about
where the
that shit.
First Amendment would get censored.
I mean, hey, look at it this way. If you remember the Kings of Comedy, Bernie Mac, what did he say? What was one of the things he said? He said he looked at the crowd and said, first of all, when he said about the kids being bad, he said, "Don't get mad at me. I just say what you can't say. You just feel the same goddamn way I feel." And I know how y'all feel about it. Like he'll explain later. Look, folks, I know what I'm saying is kind of foul, but it's just fun. It's joke. It's also the truth. And in the back of your minds, you be wanting to say this shit sometimes. That's why he kept mentioning he stressed that throughout his routine that it's just words, it's just jokes. Learn to laugh. Ain't nothing to be ashamed of.
You
Nothing to
know
be
why?
afraid of.
Because people nowadays don't want to compete. That's that feminist shit. Because you ever notice how the greatest feminists are ugly bitches?
Or as Robin Williams would say, you don't want to fuck them, but you definitely don't want to fuck with them.
Just ugly bitches.
I remember it was around the same time Bernie was doing his thing on Original Kings of Comedy. I remember, yes, and this guy's an alleged joke thief, but what he said was true. In fact, the title of his album that year explained it when he said, "Take a joke, America." Carlos Mencia just ripped into everybody about the whole political correctness. Even the whole fried chicken joke regarding uh, Tiger Woods, and he said everybody's just being too sensitive, they're being crybabies instead of calling it out for what it is, just because a lot of people are just listening to their publicists who are giving all the wrong advice. I mean, you want to talk about people who almost got canceled? Who remembers 2011? Tracy Morgan almost got canceled because he made some homophobic references. And then and then Glad had him do a press conference. We had to apologize. I remember Patrice went on this tirade on O&A and just connected the dots and called it out for what it is. Talking about, how the entertainment business is just like you got to be affiliated with somebody, you got to be protected with, you got to be this, that, and the third. And it's like the mob. You owe. When you go off and think you're untouchable, you set yourself up to owe somebody big. And Tracy set himself up, is what he said. He said, first of all, because he condones hate speech. First of all, freedom of expression. But the problem with the whole concept of hate speech is you have free speech and criminal acts. That's the problem with the whole hate speech term, I think. That's why Patrice said, let him. If you have hate for somebody, express your hate. Just don't be calling out people. Just don't be calling for somebody to be harmed, marginalized, or whatnot. That's a hate crime. Just like you cannot be racially abusing somebody or harassing them or something like that. Those are criminal acts as well. You have the right to express your contempt for somebody, but that doesn't give you the right to go out there and try to persecute them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, AL, I
Old
got
time.
something about your avatar,
What
where
is
it says
that?
in the bubble, "There will be no tears in the end."
Yep. Trust
Thank
me. I'm still trying to live up to that motto. And I coined that phrase in a poem. I took it from a poem I made one few times I did poetry. And when I was a senior in high school, and we were walking home, we were walking to the bus stop about 2, 3 weeks before school was about to end.
you.
And I told my homeboy, I said, man, listen to this. I was like, shit, nigga, fuck this shit, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit, fuck this shit. No stress, no stress. There'll be no tears in the end in the year. You said the year. At the end, and you just change. You keep saying the poem every year, you just change the year. And that's how there'll be no tears in the end. Shit, nigga, fuck this shit, fuck this shit. There'll be no tears in the end in the year 2000, whatever. And
Thank you.
that's just been my way of thinking. I was like, shit. Every time I take 2 steps forward, I know I'm gonna get knocked back 92. So it used to be nothing for me. Now, shit, it's just right now.
Oh,
When this midlife crisis hit, no, I'm past midlife crisis. I'm about to push on 50. I'm about to push on 50 this year. So, shit. But
well,
I don't know what kind of crisis this you can call this shit.
AL, first of all, you are one bad mother trucker. You understand that, right? You one
Yeah,
bad mother trucker.
when I choose to get behind it, well,
No,
shit.
you always one bad mother trucker at the end of the day, no matter what you do, whether you're behind the wheel or not. You one bad mother trucker because you know there ain't no bull that you ain't got time for the bullshit. You set examples for everybody, no matter what you do, man. Just got to remember always set the right examples. But we all learn from each other what to do, what not to do. We learn from each other's mistakes. That's how we become better men.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. You know I do. You know I appreciate you, right, sir?
Appreciate you too, Naaman. But I gotta ask you a question since you all about your comedy.
Okay.
With, with all that being said about these comics who would have been canceled and who Would the grandfather of all this realism comedy that we talking about these guys getting canceled? Do you think the grandfather of it all, George Carlin, how did he get to say everything he wanted to say and not be canceled? And trust me, he was saying shit that white people were just supposed to just kill him in effigy about, but they never could or they wouldn't. How is it that he got away with it, but today's people who were raised underneath his tutelages of realism comedy are scared to do that type of. I'm afraid I'm gonna get canceled. Who cares? He didn't give a fuck. Why y'all giving a fuck? That was the whole premise of being a comedian. Comedians are not supposed to give a fuck what anybody else thinks. Say what
He
you
said
think.
it best. He said it best because remember, I think it was on Bill Maher. Him and there was one black gentleman, a suit, corporate suit, looked like a stooge, might be a conservative stooge. And he explained it like, first of all, you have no leaders, you just have owners. And he was not afraid to say what he said because he had nothing to lose. He had no problem walking away from a bad deal.
He was the one who taught me that it's not the United States of America, it's the United States of the corporation. This is
Yep.
nothing but a corporation. I refuse to put America at the end anymore. It's the corporate. I ended with corporation because it's all it is.
He said, and in fact, when he talked about like we're seeing right now, everything he talked about in his last special before he died, the year before he died, it's bad for you. He said, like, you don't have leaders, you have owners. It's a big club, and you're not in it.
Yep, you're not invited neither, and they're not gonna do nothing to make it better for you.
I mean, one cat I still listen to, Eddie Griffin, and look what happened to him. But he don't give a fuck. He's still touring. Just because
Yeah,
he ain't got a special out, he don't give a fuck. The last special he had was 2011, and he looked at them and said, "And they let this nigga have a special?"
yeah, and he's from that George Carlin type tribe. He's gonna
Yeah.
say what he mean and mean what he say, and that's why I love comedians like that. Bar none, fade off. Bar none,
But
fade.
understand something, Al. Understand something. It was Lenny Bruce who started all this, and look what they did to Lenny Bruce. They tried to destroy him because he didn't want to keep it clean cut. Uh, George Carlin, he started out clean cut, but he was like, "What the hell am I doing?" And that was in the '60s, clean cut and everything. When it entered the '70s, that's when he started off, growing his hair, earrings, and he did the seven forbidden words or seven dirty words.
Yeah,
That's where it all started. Richard Pryor, he started out trying to emulate Bill Cosby because remember he was clean cut and everything, clean shaved. And first of all, I'm gonna say this before I continue. Richard Pryor, hold on, wait. Richard Pryor should never, ever, ever go without that goddamn mustache. That was his trademark. He needed that mustache. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. Him without the mustache was a totally different type of Richard. Yeah,
I,
that
I
was
mean,
all.
I mean, I come from a family of men, and thankfully I'm spared this curse. But the men in my family, they all need a mustache. Me, I don't need it. Thank you.
Well, you know what the
Yeah,
old people used
so
to
I
say.
don't need a mustache because I look like my father enough as it is.
You know what they used to say. If a
Huh?
man, if my grandfather told me this a long time ago.
Hmm.
Any man who comes to shake your hand and don't have no facial hair is a man not to be trusted. And I want you to think about this. And this is why he said it. He said, every president, now, the presidents like from
Hmm.
Abe Lincoln and Andrew Jackson, all the way on up, the modern day presidents, think about it. Did they
Clean
ever wear
shave.
beards? Did they ever wear beards or mustaches?
No,
Not to be
clean
trusted.
shave.
Now, look at all your senators and congressmen. Any of
Clean
them
shave.
wear things not to be trusted. You
Well,
do
actually,
not
there's one. There's one congressman.
who ain't got no facial hair.
There's actually one congressman. He does have like some facial hair, but he's also a veteran. He wears an eye patch. He's from Texas.
Okay, but see, he's what we call an anomaly, and then he's a
Yeah.
diamond in the rough. He's going all the way up the hill and bucking the grain, 110%. And you know that he's grassroots. If you see a guy like that who made it into politics and survived, and he's somewhere, he's for the
Hmm.
people. You put
I'm
your
gonna say
money
this
behind
though.
that type of guy.
I'm gonna say this regarding facial hairs. Me personally, I can't grow a beard worth. I can't grow a beard to save my life. So I just have like a small, what they call soul patch.
Yeah, I can't grow a
So,
beard. I got a soul patch, a Ricky Ricardo mustache, and
yeah.
a little chin here that I keep
Hey,
shaving.
Lucy, you have some explaining to you do.
Mm.
I'm sorry, you said Ricky Ricardo a minute. I thought, Lucy, I'm home.
Yeah, now we call that the Ricky Ricardo mustache. You know that pencil mustache.
Oh yeah,
Keep it
that
low
pencil
and
must.
tight. Yeah, keep it low and tight and clean.
Mhm. Oh, that thin pencil mustache. Because I got an uncle. I got an uncle who's a silver fox. First of all, he got a full head of hair, silver fox. But his hair texture being what it is, everybody look at him and say, "Oh, he got that good hair." He couldn't grow afro back in his day, but it is what it is. But he's got a very thin, very wispy mustache that's gray and everything, and he looks really sharp with it. I must admit. But who else had a great mustache? Cesar Romero. You remember Cesar Romero?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the Joker from the old '60s. He would not shave his mustache for that role. He said, "I ain't shaving my mustache. I'm keeping that mustache." So they had to paint over it when he played the Joker. And shit.
Mm.
But that was one bad mother. But mustache is bullshit. But facial hairs, everything that depends on the person. Speaking of facial hair, what's your view on sideburns?
They gotta be cut even with the
I
earlobe.
mean,
Anything past the earlobe, yeah.
uh huh.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, but I'm from the old school. I just be thinking you're doing too much. Well, some dudes can still nostalgically rock sideburns, you
Hmm.
know, unless you rocking the right shape and you got a barber who know how to do it just right. Because I'm an ex barber too. I can cut hair. Just choose
All
not
right.
to. Uh, yeah. Wasn't nothing I was big on. Just hey, yeah. You need to work on get yeah, yeah.
I mean, like
What you got?
as an ex barber, you know that a man's facial hair has gotta go with his facial structure and his skull shape.
Yeah,
Because his skull shape. So like, I remember like the early 2000s, everybody wanted to rock the chin straps. They weren't getting the full beards. Everybody's getting the chin straps and everything, like in the early 2000s. In the 90s, it was just a circle beard, or just a chin beard and the sideburns. 'Cause they were bringing back the 70s and the 90s. I was coming up in that era. So that's just like now everybody's like bringing back styles from the 80s and 90s, and I'm like, and like some of these Gen Zs looking at me like, you got to get back in style. That's the dude. I was your age when I was rocking that shit, so there's nothing you can tell me about that.
your style is old. It's been around 2 or 3 times over. Trust me.
Damn right.
When we was wearing high top fades and boxes, shit, that
Hmm.
wasn't nothing but a crew cut that everybody was rocking in the 50s and 60s.
That's true.
That's all that was. A crew cut. Uh, 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 what? Trying to uh, trying to shape up the man's head. The Anglo Saxons are where it wouldn't be so mullety.
I mean, it was like, of course, you had the Jerry curl back then as well. That was messed up. That was hard to maintain, the Jerry curl. But I will say one look that's always been timeless is the one that Charles here is rocking, the old Isaac Hayes look. Of course, Charles has it's just like Isaac Hayes, that hot butter soul. Could you imagine a picture of Charles with a chocolate chip cookie in one hand while rocking one of them Bill Cosby sweaters, just like that old Isaac Hayes album cover. Chocolate chip.
Mm.
Are you watching TV, Mel? I mean, Al, you watching TV?
Somebody I'm in a room with is. I just so happen to be sitting in there something. But yeah,
Ain't you got like noise cancellation headsets or something like that?
no, this is as good as it's gonna get right now. I got an earpod
Right.
in my earbud, uh, my earlobe.
That's right.
What was I gonna ask you? Something to do with comedy.
Huh?
Oh, okay. If you had to replace one of the kings of comedy with Robin Harris, who would it have been?
Hmm.
You had to mean that. I could have said that quicker than I let that up. Come on now. I'm waiting for you. Come on.
Hughley.
It would have to be Steve, man.
It would have to
Thank
be
you.
D.L. Hughley.
No,
No,
you
yeah.
wrong for that, Charles. No, it's got to be Steve
D.L.
Harvey.
Hughley's about as funny as a fucking 9/11.
You don't like his man. Come on, when he's on stage,
He's corny.
he's got jokes that make you think, dude. For a dude
I,
who ain't
I'll
making
give
no
you one. I'll give you
sense,
one.
his jokes was good. Come
Charles,
on,
I'll
it's
give you
all
one. I'll give you one. I'll give you I'll give, because DL, he does talk. He's just like he does talk about some serious shit. Like when he talks about school shootings, and he called out the bullshit like everybody says about like it's mental illness or something like that. He said, first of all, it's not. The people who do, because he said statistically, it's proven that people who have mental illness are more often going to be victims of a crime than the perpetrators of it. Usually, it's somebody who doesn't have a mental illness that's going on these shooting sprees. Mostly guys like the misfits, the no counts, the lonely, all the guys who just like isolated, who get marginalized in school. In other words, the people that women refuse to fuck, therefore endangering everybody's lives. And this is when he looked at the women and said, "Do your part for America. Fuck a weirdo and save a life."
the thing that gets me with that, and what Charles said that I gotta refuse. Think about it.
Hmm.
Think about it. D.L. Hughley, comedian. Uh,
Uh
uh,
huh.
uh, Bernie Mac, comedian. Cedric the Tate, comedian. Only thing Steve Harvey was an MC host. And I said, if we were placing one of them four with Robin Harris to be kings of comedy, comedian, all the way, go joke you from start to finish. Ain't no way in hell Steve got to be the first one to go, Charles. How would you kick LDL for Steve? Steve was only thing Steve was good at was that bullshit TV show he had with them kids. And them
Yeah, but
kids
it was
said,
with Ced the Entertainer, because remember him and Ced go way back with that.
yeah,
That's why when he introduced Ced the Entertainer, that's why he said, "Please, Charlotte, put your hands together for my motherfucking friend Cedric the Entertainer." You know, Cedric. I love. Well, my favorite bit of Cedric's was when he talked about breakdancers. Because back in the day, if you had a problem with somebody, it wasn't fist fights. It was, see who could outbreak one another. Break out the cardboard. Let's see who can outwork each other on the dance floor. But my favorite part was when he talked about, black folks driving a space shuttle like it was a 72 deuce and a quarter, listening to one way cutie pie.
I prefer 73 deuce and a quarter, my first car ever,
All right,
455.
all right, all right. Yeah, we're going down memory lane, folks.
That car
Especially
could
just
seat that car could seat 9 people comfortably. And trust me,
those were the days, man.
I did.
I'll tell you, growing up where I'm from, some of the cars that were some of like really prized and really were like practical were were SUVs, some are like from Japanese SUVs. We're talking like Toyota Hilux pickups or like Land Cruisers. Those are more preferable vehicles. That was meant for that for the terrain where I'm from, Highlands and everything with the twisting roads and everything. You also saw a lot of BMW and Scania trucks for truckers and shit like that. I mean, if you ever watched what's it called, Dangerous Roads and shit?
You talking about ice road truckers?
No, not
Yeah,
actual truckers, but
that's
Dangerous
what you
Roads. It's
talking about. Dangerous
like
roads.
the
Yeah, I
most
seen.
perilous trucking
Yeah,
routes in
yeah,
Europe
I
and
seen
in the
with them
world. Like,
fools driving on the harebrained ass, too narrow
yeah,
to fit curvy roads with Panama and down there and
yeah.
Venezuela, all the mountains of shit, Brazil and shit. I seen that shit. Like, no, not this nigga.
I mean, I've seen like big. I remember just like when I was trying. I remember I used to get in my dad's like Isuzu Cooper. And we used to like drive out of town, just go around the countryside. And sometimes and it was like steep ravines, some of the curves, because most of these roads that we were driving on were built like in the 1920s and 30s. And it took them a while to maintain these motherfuckers. They're winding roads and everything, because the highlands of, East Africa being what they are. It's no fucking joke, some of these how steep they can be. But it was worth the drive sometimes, just watching it. 'Cause we weren't like speed demons or whatnot. We were just driving slowly, being careful. But sometimes you have to worry about like safety, like rock slides and everything. I mean, up in Scandinavia, they have like these things. They have like these on the sides of mountains, especially alongside train tracks and roads, like on these mountain areas. On a mountain surface, they have like these huge chain link fences that are like several 100 feet high, stapled to the rock face, just to avoid like rock slides and whatnot. And other kinds of safety measures. So trucking I've seen some serious trucking, and those guys are no joke with this shit. That's commendable.
Trust me, it ain't easy.
Hey, say it again. Trucking ain't easy. Trucking ain't easy.
They just think they can throw anybody in the truck. Oh, you just get it from point A to point B. Yeah, okay. Okay.
I mean, you guys got a lot of finances to do, guys, because if you got your truck, you got, the insurance on your vehicles, along with your own health insurance and shit. That's a lot. It's a lot of responsibility right there. And the premiums must be ridiculous for y'all, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
You hear what I said?
yeah, for the most part, yeah, I'm listening and agreeing with you, buddy. I'm
Yeah,
listening.
because like I said, like those, trucking, how much, you guys got to invest into your own trucks and everything and your own well-being. Because like, how many truckers are pretty out of shape? How many truckers probably have a CPAP machine inside their car, inside their cabins?
She's over 60%, but not too many with the feedback, but a
Because they
lot
got
of
that
them,
sleep apnea and shit.
yeah. The thing that gets me is I used to go up in the truck stop and I talk bad to all the truckers and sitting there eating. I'm like, look at you. You're supposed to stop at least twice a day and do in between your pre-trip and post-trip and walk totally around your vehicle, double checking it again. In between that time, do some exercise, walk around. All y'all doing is eating and sitting on your ass, eating and sitting on your ass. They're talking about, what kind of food? I said, man, I'll give me one hot dog, I'll give me a pack of chips, and I'll give me something to drink, and I'll keep it moving. I'm not going to sit there and eat no three-course ass meal 3 times a day. And that's why y'all always stopping y'all at the rest stops, the parking lot, and you sleep. I'm like, shit, I got places to go and shit to do.
Mm,
I bet that was one of the first things I bet I never let myself get a truck about it. Never did get a truck about it.
yeah.
See, I played ball. I'm an ex-football player. So, I ain't, I, I'll never go let myself just lose my shapely physique whatsoever. I'm not gonna let. I say I might
Yeah.
get thinner. I say, but I never go let myself just get. And the most I ever weighed was 225, and that's when my daughter was getting ready to come into the world, and that heifer of mine was pregnant, hell, I went from like 180 to 225, and I was like, when I hit the 200 mark, I said, okay, this is the weight that I really wanted to be playing ball because I played ball like 190. But when
Hmm.
I got up to 225, I was like, yeah, this is grown man weight. And I realized, shit, it's getting hard to breathe. I get tired, get fatigued too
How
much.
tall are you?
I'm
How
five
tall are you?
six, five
Five
seven.
what?
No
Five
man
seven?
no man 5'7" needs to be 220 unless you're playing.
No, hell no. I got a 5'7" is a short ass because I got a brother. He's 5'10", 5'11". He's like 220 himself, at least. I think he's right around 200, 220, 210 at the least, something like that.
Trust me, he
But
might
he's in
not.
great shape. He's in great shape though because he does kickboxing. He took up Filipino Eskrima, which is a martial art and everything. And he's in tremendous shape, but he's like, yeah, but he's got a stocky build, just like what's his name, Ron Wills. Because Ron Wills, he's healthy, but he's got a stocky build. His body type's that same way. And in your case, you're right about it. You 5'7". You shouldn't be fucking around at being at 200 pounds. You shouldn't be anywhere near 200. 180 maybe at the most, but when you get to 200, that's when you start getting that strain on the knees, your hips, your lower back, because you gotta hold yourself upright. I
It wasn't.
mean,
It wasn't for me. I quick got that shit off of me quick. Got back to
what
180.
instinct?
I like to fluctuate between one low end 170, high end 185. That's it. And I'm anywhere between that range. I'm comfortable. I'm good.
That's what's up. Seriously. I mean, me personally, the only way, one of the things I like to do to stay in shape is I just walk. It's like, it doesn't matter. I don't have a car, which is a good thing for me, so I just walk. And if I have to take public transportation, it's under certain circumstances. So I just walk. So I just walk from one place to another. When I have to go to the supermarket, I just walk. It's like a 10, 15 minute walk from to and from. That just keeps me, and it keeps me, focused. And I just like listen, and I just block out everything. Just listen to like a podcast or some music while taking in the scenery and whatnot, just looking around. So I know what you mean. Just working my legs and my heart that way. That way I keep my metabolism and everything straight. Also, let's not forget, a lot of those truckers, like I said, besides that sleep apnea and that weight problem, they also got to worry about type 2 diabetes and high blood pressure because that's a 1-2 combination right there. You don't want to fuck with.
Hence, I said stopping and eating 3 times a day. I knew truckers who had breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I ain't talking about no light lunches, no light breakfasts, no light dinners. So I'm like, mm-mm. They look at me, be like, what the hell? I'm like, no, y'all some fake floppy motherfuckers. What if you got to get in a tussle? Or you got the man up. You know what I'm saying? You only got a good minute and a half in because you gonna start feeling fatigued. Oh no, I better never to be that dude.
I drink a lot of water, so that helps with it as well.
And that's something that
I
most
did.
of them don't do. They keep a big old 44 ounce, them big old them cups that they say. I don't know if they still sell them, but I know you can get 44 ounce drink cup, and they'll
Mhm.
still get. I seen drivers walk out with two of them. I'm like,
Yeah.
so you go drink both of these and try to get a 500-mile trek in a day doing this. So man, you stop it every 15 minutes, pulling over and pissing, or you pissing in a goddamn half a gallon jug, and they would
Yeah.
say,
Yeah, trucking ain't easy. It takes a toll on everybody, but trucking ain't easy. Hell, one thing I know is like know, being a train conductor isn't easy either, especially if you like driving if you're the engineer for a cargo train or some shit like that. Because I live not because like where I live is just like a block away from the local train station, and And I hear the train tracks I hear the trains passing through every once in a while. Like late, especially late at night because I game at night. So I know those guys they have to like change their sleep patterns and everything just to get shit done. Not easy. Hey Mel, you awake?
You talking to me or talking to Charles?
No, I mean Mel Logic.
Mel probably passed.
Where the Bronx at? Where the Bronx at?
All right, folks, about to cut it down.
All right.
Go on and go to bed.
Yeah.
Obviously,
It's got to be like what over there? It's like 3 in the morning, close to 4.
Close to 4.
Yeah, it's a quarter to 4 here. It's like 9. It's 9:45 up here. I got to get my ass up and do some grocery shopping, and I got to handle some business.
All right, later, everybody.
it's just 2:45.
Peace out.